All right, thank you. Welcome to the special meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. It's January 3rd, 2012. It was supposed to start at 4 p.m. We just got a quorum at 5 p.m. Victor, I don't know your last name.
This is the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
What's your last name, Victor?
Last name is Young. My name is Victor Young. I'm the clerk today for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of January 3rd, 2012. The hour is 5:01. On the call of the roll, Snyder. Snyder absent. Nee.
Here.
Nee present. Hawthorne. We did receive notice that she is ill today. Manny.
Present.
Manny present. Washburn.
Here.
Washburn present. Costa.
Here.
Costa present. Wolf. Wolf absent. Chan. Chan absent. Johnson.
Here.
Johnson present. West.
Here.
West present. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Member Snyder called earlier, and he had an unexpected work project that he had to work on, and Member Cawthon is out ill. Is there a motion to excuse them?
So move.
Second.
Is there public comment on the motion? Seeing none, can we do that without objection? Okay, so Member Snyder and Cawthon are excused. We are expecting Member Wolf, who is on his way, and have not heard from Member Chan. The minutes, there are a couple of agenda items. Is Mr. Pasquarello here? No. So, Mr. True, are you still here? He left? He's going to be listening? Okay, so I talked to the respondent for 11091, Judson True, and the complainant is not here. So I'm wondering if we can continue that so that Mr. True is aware that we're continuing it so that he doesn't have to wait around.
So move.
I'll second.
Madam Chair,
Continuation.
just a quick
Member
question. Did Mr. Pasquarello contact the task force on this?
No.
I mean, it's the reason he's not here. What item on the agenda is this?
27 and 28.
Well, the reason he's not here is he's probably expecting we won't get around to it till late. And I would say that to continue it might not be fair to him. If he hasn't called
Okay.
us,
So if you don't...
I don't think we can assume that he's not coming because it is late on the agenda.
Good point.
All right, so we can wait. I'll wait a short time and see if he arrives or not. And then the minutes, items 2, 3, and 4. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd like to withdraw the motion.
Do you accept?
Does the second?
Yep.
Okay. So the motion is withdrawn. Items 2, 3, and 4, the minutes were not part of the packet. Is there a motion to continue that for that reason?
Madam Chair, before we start doing things, I'm wondering if we should just take all of the agenda changes at once. I thought I overheard that one complaint had been withdrawn.
Yes, item 11086 was withdrawn.
What?
That's file number 11086, items 19 and 20. And so items 21 and 22, it's 11087, determination on complaint filed by Lars Nyman against the Department of Public Works. I thought I saw the person from Public Works here, although we received an email from you saying that you would not be here. No? Was that for 11087? 088. No, this is a different email. This is from, are you Mr. Lee? It says that you would be out of the office and not return until when? Oh, okay. Okay, so it wasn't necessarily. Our regular clerk is out of the office. So we thought that you might not be here. Is Mr. Nyman here? Okay. So I think those are all of the agenda changes. And that was just a mistake. That was an auto reply to the email. Are there any other changes? Okay, seeing none, the items 2, 3, and 4 are the approval of the minutes.
Move to continue.
Second.
Is there public comment on continuing items 2, 3, and 4, the minutes? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Can we do that without objection? Okay, so without objection, items 2, 3, and 4 are continued because the minutes were not included in our packet. Mr. Young, could you please read item 5?
Item number 5. Approval of Task Force Annual Report to Board of Supervisors.
So this was continued from the last meeting because I brought the draft in late. Member Washburn?
I think this is generally a good report. I just had a question about the distinction on pages 10 and 11 between long-term issues and other issues. I don't think the headings are very informative, and I'm not clear why the distinction. I'm wondering, are the other issues not terribly important, or are there issues that are not long-term and we want to see rectified soon? Yeah, I think the headings could be changed, but I don't have any immediate suggestions.
It was partially from the 2 drafts that were done. The long-term issues were things that had been going on for some time, although I changed the headings of that. So that's partially, without changing the long-term issues, I changed those, like on page 10 of our packet, the amendments, the enforcement. But we could certainly we could eliminate other issues and...
Or we could maybe have just say issues of concern to the task force.
And not have them separated out.
Although they are kind of different things. I mean, amendments to this Sunshine Ordinance, this is a task that we plan to do. And then we have some sort of control over the other things are issues we've raised that, it isn't clear what we ourselves can do.
Well, if you have a suggestion and it's agreed on, we can do it. I do have one question for DCA Threet. In the report on page 12 of our packet, in the limiting city attorney hours, it said that in that second paragraph, it says the number of hours budgeted for 2010 was 350 hours per year. And you had mentioned, I believe, that that was incorrect. And I was taking it from this letter, and I wondered if you could help me. This was we got these letters from the city attorney's office for Alan Grossman's case in 11056, and I wondered if you could tell me if you think that this one is a typo or incorrect. This one is 2010. Yeah. Those are the ones that. And then I wanted to ask the task force one question on page 10 of the packet under enforcement of the Sunshine Ordinance. There's 3 paragraphs there, and I wondered if you had wanted to include an example of how that could be beneficial in other ways. Because one of the things I didn't include but considered including is a paragraph about the Arts Commission. So following that third paragraph, this would say, in addition, enforcement of the Sunshine Ordinance may uncover other improper actions within a department. The task force wrote letters to the Board of Supervisors on June 17th, 2011 and July 6th, 2011, documenting its increasing concern regarding repeated violations of the Sunshine Ordinance by the Arts Commission since 2010 and lack of enforcement of the ordinance. Many of the Sunshine complaints at issue were related to the street artists' concern over financial expenditures. By mid-July, the head of the Arts Commission was replaced, and amid allegations of improper financial expenditures and failure to properly track spending. The allegations were then confirmed by the city controller's audit of the commission in November. I could pass that around if you.
Chair Johnson.
I'm sorry, Member Washburn.
I think that would be a good idea to include this, but there's also another matter that I believe, sent a letter about, which was the Department of Public Health and the Noise Task Force. We found that it had never held any public meetings and many, many infractions. I think that's another example of how our process revealed a problem that may be broader than that specific instance.
So would you want to add a paragraph saying the task force also?
Well, I think we should. I know that we need to get this approved and over with, and I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I'm just thinking that's another highlight of the year, another case that we thought was really important and that we wrote letters drawing attention to it.
So we could add a sentence that says, the problem with it is it's under enforcement, and that wasn't, my only concern is that wasn't an enforcement issue because nobody knew about it. And this one is if they had investigated what the street artists were saying since 2010, they might have found out that if they had enforced the Sunshine Ordinance or paid attention to what we were saying since 2010, it might not have taken a year for Mr. Cancel to the improper actions to come out, because it's that was a financial thing that they were doing. So that's a little bit different from the Noise Ordinance Task Force.
Although what we were saying by finding the violations was before this thing disbands, it ought to have a public meeting or two. I mean, there was that.
Okay, so we could add a sentence like the public was like something like the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force also found that no public input had been allowed for the Noise Ordinance Task Force.
Or had been possible.
Had been possible. I'm sorry, DCA3, did you have a chance to look at those?
Yes, Chair Johnson, the letter that says legal services fiscal year 2010, it indeed did have a typographical error. There was a reduction of 20% from the previous fiscal year, and the previous fiscal year was 350 hours. And that meant that for fiscal year 2010, the budgeted hours were 280.
280?
Yes.
Okay, so
And
that's
I believe there was a subsequent letter that went out with the same date and the same, the other information was exactly the same, but it said 280, so that it's correct.
okay. I just wanted to make sure that, that I
Right.
have the right numbers in there, but I was taking it from what we had gotten from them. So we would have to correct the 350 to 280. Thanks. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, member name?
There are a number of changes that I would recommend to this. Not in the main section, but in the committee reports. First of all, in the complaint committee section, in the third paragraph, which would be on page 14. Complaint or CNA? Complaint committee section.
There's two
Oh, yeah.
normalies.
First sentence in the third paragraph, the complaints committee has normally met. I would cross out that first normally. Second, in the Education Outreach and Training Committee section, in the second paragraph, I would reword the sentence regarding membership. I would say the EOTC has 3 voting seats, 2 of which are filled, semicolon. The holders are Chair Jay Costa and Suzanne Manek. In the third paragraph, Tomas Piccarello's first name is misspelled. There is no H in his first name. In paragraphs 3 and 4 of that section, you have SRO and MTA. In first references, you usually spell something out rather than use initials. On, geez, I don't know what package page this would be. There's some additional wording in there, but I really don't know where to find it, so I'll have to forego that for the moment. However, there was one other thing. The Complaint and Compliance and Amendments Committee's reports list a number of complaints, identify the complaints that they handled between in fiscal 2010, 2011. And you'll notice the formatting, the physical appearance, the formatting differ between one and the other. And I think in the interest of looking professional, we should choose one or the other. One lists, uses bullet points, and the other one doesn't. And I would, which one we use, I don't really care whether it's the one or the other, but I think both should be uniform.
Member Costa?
Since this draft of the EOT report as well, Member West has joined the committee.
I think since we normally refer to the cases, with their numbers first, that we will ask that the formatting on the Compliance and Amendments Committee be switched to the Complaint Committee style with the bullets. Does that matter to you, or?
Whichever one, whichever one there is the consensus choice. I'm perfectly happy with, but I think both should be. I think the formatting should be uniform.
Okay. Member Wolf?
In addition, I think placing the case numbers in the way the complaint committee has laid them out lends for easier access and
Okay.
recognition.
Okay. So we'll just switch that to that formatting. Is there any other discussion? Can I go to public comment? Is there public comment on the annual report?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. First, I'd just like to comment on one of the points that was discussed. It's 12 years since the current iteration of the Sunshine Ordinance was okayed by the voting citizens of the city, and yet we still have boards and commissions who are going, oh, what, there's a Sunshine Ordinance. Basically what it is unfortunately people are in a position of getting their rights violated, only then to come to the task force and say, we've got this commission out there who basically doesn't record their meetings, or they don't take public comment, or whatever. And I think after 12 years, that's kind of unacceptable. So I don't know that could be any more strongly worded, but if it could, I certainly wouldn't object. The other point I would like to raise is the support, or I would say lack of support, from both the clerk of the board and the city attorney's office in the hours that are provided to the task force in support of the task force duties. I concur with what Mr. Threet said. When I did a immediate disclosure request when Early Laurenti was here, I found out he was putting just a little over 6 hours a week on sunshine matters over the year. And if that's been cut down now to 280 hours, that means they're probably putting 4.5 hours a week, which is basically enough to attend the meetings and not much else. I mention that in particular with the city attorney's office because last month I had a complaint on the docket, or on the agenda, which I did not get the city attorney's instructional letter until the day before the hearing. And this month there is a case on the agenda where I did not get, even though it was dated December 26th or 7th, I did not get it until this morning. So basically, you're saying, oh, here's a person who has a case that's on the agenda for that day, and they're not even getting the city attorney's instructional letter until the day of the hearing, or at best the day before. And they raise issues in there which you then have to decide, am I going to, even try to address these because it's, so late in the day. And the second is Mr. Rustum. I have really been caught between the rock and the hard place of deciding whether or not it's Mr. Rustum who is at basic fault that he can't do his job, or is it simply that he is denied enough time to do his job appropriately. And my real feeling is it's a combination of both. I think that he is not given enough time to do his job. And one of the things when I taught for the University of Hawaii, I used to tell people in management courses was, if the only reason you can fire somebody is for lack of performance. In other words, if they don't do their job. But it is within the ken of every supervisor to make that happen by simply denying them the resources they need, whether that's time or equipment or whatever, and then say, oh, well, he can't do his job. Now, Mr. Rustum, I think, is caught between the rock and the hard place because the city, the Board of Supervisors, and in particular the clerk of the board, doesn't allow him enough time. And at the same time, he isn't able, because they're his immediate supervisor, to come out and call them on it.
Thank you.
Yes, I have public comment about this thing that you're going to send to the Board of Supervisors. Unfortunately, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and I've been before this august, robust Ministry of Sunshine many times, and have pointed out the many, many failures and the many failures in the process and everything else. This report that you're going to send to the Board of Supervisors, will it also include all the complaints from the complainants about the way the task force doesn't handle its own affairs properly, such as violating the 45-day rules, or the fact that as Mr. Hartz was saying, problems with the administrator and having things come out timely and all these other things? Or is there simply much more pretense at the illusion here at the Ministry of Sunshine that the process is happening, which of course is a false process, which leads to no results, which once again vexes and annoys the complainants and does them harm on not only a psychological level and a mental level, but on a spiritual, a humane, and every which other way level. So like I've said, I've asked this commission many times during public comment about the rules and who enforces them that this task force is supposed to stand behind. I don't get any response. I write in, I don't get any response. So I'm sure that after I leave and sit down, I still won't get any response, which once again proves how rigged and false this entire process here at the Ministry of Sunshine is. So I do hope that these complaints get forwarded to the Board of Supervisors, also included in here, instead of just the pomp and circumstance about how wonderful you perform, as opposed to the reality of the situation, which is that you don't perform at all, there are no results, and all it does is aggravate the person who's here and makes them go away so that the city doesn't have to worry about a lawsuit or anything else. It's a wonderful risk management shield process, but it certainly doesn't do anything for us people that you have a duty to.
Good evening, David Pilpel, former member of this task force, speaking as an individual. A couple of items with regard to the annual report. I understand that this does cover fiscal year 2010-11 from July 1 of 10 to June 30th of 2011. Is that correct? If that's the case, there are some references in the discussion that are not within that period. So I would suggest limiting it to just that period so that it's consistent. For example, on the first page under members, it makes reference to Member Kneber resigning in October of 2011, which is beyond the period of the report. Additionally, on the second page, there's reference to the administrator and attached administrators' reports. Was it the intent of the task force to attach administrators' reports for all 12 months to this report? That I'm not sure makes the most sense. I would suggest including the complaint log covering that 12-month period, because I think that kind of gives more weight to the discussion of complaints and their resolution. And just finally, although it does include letters from or summaries from the chairs of each of the committees and the overall task force chair and vice chair, I didn't see a date. So in the past, we've either included a cover letter or just had a date to the report so that it not only covers a specific period, but has some kind of date associated with the report itself. Those are some thoughts. Thanks very much.
And Mr. Pilpel? Mr. Pilpel, I have a question for you. What did you mean by the administrator's log versus the complaint log? I'm thinking that we might be meaning the exact same thing.
Okay. The second page, the bottom there.
Right. I know what you're referencing, but you were saying that the administrator's log is the log of the complaints and what happened to them. Is that something different from what you were talking about?
Well, if I understand correctly, there's a complaint log that tracks the status of complaints by number and its status. There's also administrators' reports that generally include the complaint log, but also have other things like the number of contacts and any correspondence received, that sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if it's those reports that you were intending to include or just the complaint log. Okay,
but
then,
I wanted to
that
check
would be
with you.
different, and you may want to adjust the verbiage appropriately.
I'll ask Mr. Restem, because when he does the administrator's report, it's really just the complaint log, and that's what we've been calling it since I've been on here. So I'll double check though. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure what we were talking about. You know, the terminology. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
And then also to the task force members, I thought that it would be useful to bring this up to 2011, the whole gist of 2011, so that we're not, otherwise it got so late that this way the next time around you'll be able to do just a one report instead of going back for the 6 months. And it will be more relevant to what the supervisors are doing right now. So it wasn't just until June. DCA 3.
Through the chair, I just wanted to address an item that I have addressed with the chair, it's the issue of budgeted versus billed hours from the city attorney's office. And I'm not suggesting that the task force should change the text that's in the report, because obviously the budgeted hours are a useful measure of support, and I think what the text is appropriate. I just want to make a distinction, however. When the city attorney issues its budgets, that's how much is projected to be budgeted for that department. That's not necessarily at the end of the year how much time has been spent by our office providing support. And for example, I did provide information to the chair, which I think she shared with the members, that indicated that the actual billed hours for the last 2 years have been substantially larger than the budgeted hours. Just that clarification.
All right, so we've discussed a number of changes. I don't know if the task force would feel more comfortable with putting all the changes together and having it as a quick item on the next agenda, or do you feel comfortable proving it as amended?
Madam Chair,
Member Neem?
I'd like to move to continue this. Personally, I prefer approving a final draft.
Okay.
Finished with all.
So it would just be with the understand that we need to get this out. So the 23rd would be, if you have any comments to add to it, that's going to be your last chance.
I understand.
Okay. Okay. Is that a motion? Is there a motion?
I moved to continue. I hadn't heard a second.
If you adopt the amendments, we can implement the amendments, and then we can continue as amended.
So, move to adopt the amendments, the suggested amendments.
Second.
Is there public comment on adopting the amendments? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Can you call the roll?
On the motion to continue as amended,
Oh, we have to adopt the
We
amendments
have
first,
to
don't we,
adopt the
right?
amendments first.
on the adoption of the amendments, excuse me if I do call people who are absent. I'm not quite familiar with all the members yet. Snyder, I believe, is absent.
Yes.
Nee,
Here, yes.
Nee, I, Cawthon, absent or excused.
Snyder also is excused.
Manny,
Aye.
Manny, I. Washburn,
Aye.
Washburn, I. Costa,
Aye.
Costa, I. Johnson,
Aye.
Johnson, I.
She should be called last.
West,
Aye.
West, I. The motion passes.
I didn't get called.
Oh, sorry.
Bruce
Wolf.
is here now.
Wolf. Oh,
Aye.
excuse me. Wolf, I. The motion passes.
Excuse me.
Mhm.
How many ayes were there? How many noes?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 ayes. There are no nos.
Oh, well, there are 7 of us
Seven
here.
ayes.
Nos. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, is there a motion to continue?
There are 7 ayes, no nos.
Move to continue.
Second.
Is there public comment on continuing? Seeing none, Can we continue without objection? Okay, seeing no objection, then that we'll continue them to the next meeting. Can you please read item 6?
Item number 6, discussion of task force press release.
Public comment.
Yeah, but we're going to have to wait. Did you guys get an opportunity to read? This is Member Costa's suggestion coming out of the Education Outreach and Training Committee, and he did a really good job of trying to make it real straightforward with some, deciding who would actually do this. Do you want
me to address it? Essentially, this would be trying to garner a little bit more public awareness for the activity of the task force, particularly with regard to the orders of determination that come out of each of our meetings. Essentially, just recording in a standardized manner basic information about those decisions, and then issuing a press release following each meeting. There's precedent, so to speak, for this. The Ethics Commission issues press releases about its meetings. We wouldn't even have to do it in that detailed of a manner. It could just be about the orders of determination. The procedure that I outlined was that someone, either myself or a designated member of the Education Outreach and Training Committee, could take notes in this standardized format on the outcomes of the orders of determination, and then we would circulate that to the task force following each meeting, incorporate any edits that people have, and then send them out the following week. I think that's basically it in a nutshell. Other advantages of this is that it would allow us to start creating a database of our orders of determination that's searchable in many different ways, and would sort of allow us to reference past decisions and understand more, have greater access to the reasoning of the task force on different issues. So that's the basic proposal. And we discussed it as an EOT committee, and something we're excited about taking on.
Member Need?
Couple things. First of all, I'd be reluctant to move forward on this. I'm not even sure this would require a formal motion on our part, but our administrator is already overtaxed, and I think that there would be some questions, possible strains on the time and resources of the administrator and whoever writes the releases. We're all here as volunteers. We all have outside obligations, work, family, etc. And if we're going to start this, there has to be some guarantee that we're going to be able to continue doing this, because if we start it and all of a sudden it falls off, doesn't make us look too good. On top of that, if we're going to be putting out press releases, they have to be timely. And waiting a week to put something out after we've done something doesn't, in my mind, doesn't meet that criterion. I think, it's a nice idea, but we need to give it some more thought, really, on the whole feasibility issue.
One thing I would say is that the action taken part on page 23, if I would leave off the 12/13/2011, the date, because it's not always that date. And if my understanding of it is that it's your intent to get this out as soon as possible, rather than waiting for the orders of determination to necessarily automatically come out, because sometimes if the order doesn't allow for 5 days, it's not going to be that exact compliance. And although compliance will get it, but if they wanted more information, the press could come to that, could go to Mr. Rustem. And then to address what Member Nee said, it's my understanding that someone on the Education Outreach and Training Committee would be responsible for doing this.
Right.
Would it be you? or you
I'm,
did this.
Yeah, I'm willing to take it on, and we've discussed the possibility of designating other members, and if other circumstances come up that don't allow me to do it, or if there's another member of the committee that would be particularly excited about doing it.
So it would be as opposed to having the administrator do this.
That's right.
and
And
then-
if I may, to Member Nee's other point, so first of all, I think that the real constraint on timeliness is going to be just the approval of the task force of whatever we want to send out. Any edits that people want to be incorporated, just however quickly they can do it, they can give feedback. That's how quickly it can go out. And the second point is, I think the timeliness is important, but I really see the larger issue here as being that there is sort of a general lack of communication and lack of shared information between the task force and the general public, aside from those who are invested enough in this process to come to our meetings. I think there are a lot of citizens in San Francisco who don't have any idea what's going on, and I think that there are a lot of issues that are worth being brought to the public attention, and I think that members of the media would probably agree, and might not necessarily have to be something that happened yesterday. It's sort of a large, sharing with the public information about larger trends that are occurring in terms of lack of open government.
Vice Chair Wolf.
So I agree with both in some respects with Member Nee and with Member Costa. I think this is absolutely important. I think we should have been doing it all along at some point or another. I think that there will have to be some sort of listing or collection of all the determinations, as we've been trying to collate for many purposes. One most important is so that there is a compendium of case law, so to speak, for the task force to refer to, so that it doesn't have to consistently reinvent the wheel. That there's at least some basis for previous decisions or determinations that have been made for similar type cases that help new members and old members remember what might have been passed in the past. I think with that, and with the advent and the advance of some information technology, there could be a very easy way to be able to make one entry that the administrator would normally do, and for that there'd be an automated collection, and that it could be easily then sent out to an email list to these various media or what have you, whoever, members of the public or what have you, in general, is part of a service list. And I think that's more of a discussion around that we could have in an upcoming IT committee meeting. So I think it's feasible. I think it's important. I think at bare minimum, we have to start a database of that's searchable at some point. I think this lends to that.
If I could just say that I think this is a great idea, and I think that we have a really great opportunity to start it. I don't think that the press release has to be really, really detailed. I think that Member Costa's idea of doing this is to start some outreach to get people interested in it, and I would hate to see his enthusiasm be dampered by us trying to make it exactly right, which will take years. We've been talking about doing a database for years, and here is somebody who's willing to put that out there. And it's not the idea would be that if the press was interested in something, they could contact Mr. Rustum, as opposed to making this like some solid thing that you're going to go to every time, which I hope the IT group can do, but they haven't even met yet. So I would really like to see this coming from the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee as an assistance, kind of a press release saying, here's the general or even, the press can also contact the vice chair or the chair, which they do all the time anyway, if Mr. Rustum is too busy. And it would be a starting point for doing that. So I would like to see the Education Outreach and Training Committee start this, because when I started, that's why I put it in the agenda. That's why we're discussing it now, because when I first started on here almost 2 years ago, we were talking about the same thing. And here's somebody that's willing to really actually do it. And I think it's really important. Member Manny?
So I just certainly wanted to acknowledge Member Nee's concern about the timeliness. My understanding, of course, like yours of the media world, is that timeliness is everything. So I do know that might raise a few eyebrows in the media. If it's sent out a few days later, a week later. I'm definitely on the same page with you. But just to also echo Member Costa and Chair Johnson as well, that this is definitely something that, and for all of us as a task force, this is something that we've been discussing in the EOT since I started about 2.5 or so years ago. That was brought up by Member Cawthon as well as Member Chan. And so I think hopefully we do go forward with it because it would definitely lend to a much better picture of how, as a task force, we're represented in the media, and because unfortunately we haven't really been represented too well, and so certainly myself and Chair Costa of the EOT, and hopefully Member Jackson would be available also to speak to ethnic media, mainstream media. Just so that we do garner this important visibility.
Vice Chair Wolf.
Yeah, just want to say that, the Sunshine Ordinance was a motivation that came out of the field of journalism, to be able to get adequate information, to be able to report and make sure that the public knew what was going on. So I think this flows really in line. I think they would be equally helpful in wanting to make sure that they get adequate information because this is their lifeblood, to be able to use a tool like the Sunshine Ordinance to be able to get information about the happenings and the goings-on in the city.
Member Washburn?
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we go forward with this. I think that Member Nee has raised some concerns, but I think they can be addressed. And but I was wondering about the need to circulate this to all members of the task force for comment, whether we couldn't defer to
the EOT.
I think EOT is better than everyone.
Right, and then that would maybe address the timeliness issue. So I move that we move ahead with this and empower the EOT to start producing these news press releases.
Second.
I wanted to I don't know if you want to write them down for me to send them to, but I wanted to add Fog City Journal, West Side Observer, Asian Week.
I have
and DuBose Triangle newsletter. I also want you to CC the Board of Supervisors.
Go ahead.
I have several. I mean, should I list them now? I have a long.
Okay, but you don't have to list them now.
I don't think we'll connect and.
Just note that it says that are but not limited to.
Yeah.
And there are some
definitely.
that don't exist anymore either.
Yeah. I think I'm not sure if Asian Week is still in print. I think they're online.
San Francisco Frontlines doesn't exist either.
Okay, is there public comment on the motion to approve?
Yes, I have a lot of public comments on this particular thing. First of all, it's a wonderful, lovely dream, but in reality, what does it mean? So you go to the press, you tell them all these things. The city attorney, everybody else disagrees with you. It's a he said, she said thing. As a matter of fact, some of your orders of determination don't even come out correct. As a matter of fact, there was one particular order of determination regarding Haight-Ashbury that I went to the Education Outreach and Committee training with Mr. Acosta and told him that the order of determination was incorrect and that the wording in it was incorrect and it needed to be fixed. And I was basically just blown off. So this whole idea about, putting it in the press and in the paper, what does it mean if the order of determination is incorrect, if it's been massaged, if the person who issued the complaint doesn't even have the ability to approve what went out? In any judicial thing, the complainant, and his lawyer are able to at least acknowledge what went out and help word it properly to make sure that it is worded properly. Apparently not here. Another thing with the incorrect orders of determination and everything else, there's no follow-up. If there's something wrong and I write you guys and say, hey, this order of determination is wrong for such and such a reason, there's no response. So this entire thing is based on chicanery, trickery, and not sunshine. Once again, here at the Ministry of Sunshine, where illusion rules. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and I can't tell you how overjoyed I am that you're going to do this. The simple fact is that, as I said in an earlier comment, it's been 12 years since the current iteration of the Sunshine Ordinance was passed, and yet there are still commissions, boards, elected officials, department members that are sitting out there going, what is sunshine? And I think it's kind of gotten to the point where it's really not a legitimate argument for them to show up at any of these hearings and make these kind of we didn't know this was our duty, we didn't know this was our responsibility. There is someone in each of the departments that is tasked with that. Each of the department heads is tasked with that. Each of the commission and board chairs are tasked with making sure that they run all of their policy body and departments in accordance with all of the applicable laws, including the Sunshine Ordinance. And I think what has happened, unfortunately, is that a lot of citizens are relaxing, thinking that because they don't hear anything about this, that everything must be okay. And it's not. And if this goes out consistently, and I know it's going to be hard on you because the Ethics Commission can do it because they have a huge staff. And they can spend, they spent 143 pages responding to one complaint I filed. So they have plenty of time, obviously, to waste. So if it gets out there and on a regular basis members of the press do see it, it's much more likely that they're going to have enough information to say, gee, maybe there's a story here, and then they will contact the appropriate people. And instead of simply asking the city attorney's office or someone who is obviously going to come out as opposed to what you do, they can start contacting members of the task force or the administrator or other folks who are interested in open government and put the necessary people's feet to the fire. We saw what happened when the civil grand jury issued the report on the Ethics Commission and their lack of action. We got one hearing, and that died out. So it's got to be something that's consistent. If it isn't consistent, if it doesn't keep going, then it may turn into the same sort of a thing where they go, oh, well, there was a little bit of a flame there to begin with, but it's gone out, so we can go back to what we were doing before. And that basically called retreat to the familiar. We haven't followed the law in 12 years. Nobody's going to make us follow the law, and they aren't going to call us on not following the law. So let's just sit back and relax.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
How you doing? My name is Lynn Daniels. I call myself LD, the community, and I'm a member of the media. And I believe that maybe you should go even further by having the Sunshine Ordinance Board meetings broadcasted and videotaped so the community can be aware of what's going on with the task force, what the issues are, and just the every day or the every meeting account of what's going on. So it's not just in print, but they can also see it and hear it. And once it's on tape and recorded, it's recorded for history. So I believe you should take it even further by having it recorded and making sure that it's accessible to the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Member D, did you want to address that?
Well, yeah, in response to the most recent speaker, his ideas are excellent. He should know that our meetings already are audio recorded, and those recordings are made available almost immediately on the task force's website. Regarding televising or broadcasting our meetings live, we'd love to do it, and it's a battle we've been fighting with the Board of Supervisors and the money crunchers for a long, long time. We're still trying. Thank you for your support on that.
Is there additional public comment?
David Pilpel again. On page 23 of your packet, the press release or the draft press release has at least a couple of typos. On the bottom, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is misspelled. And I found a curious typo with the phone number for Mr. Rustum. That's actually the phone number for the Ethics Commission. I'm sure there's some irony in that somewhere. On page 22, the proposed procedure, I'm not sure if that actually is consonant with the law, suggesting that a standardized form would be prepared and circulated to members of the task force, and then edits would be incorporated. It sounds like that's actually a seriatim meeting, so I'm not sure that that procedure is the way that you would want to go about this if you choose to do this. I can also tell you from my experience, having served on the task force twice, the first thing that I did on this task force in 1996 was actually, I forget what we called it, media coordinator or something, was to actually put out a press release after each meeting indicating what we did at each meeting. And at the time, the only media outlet that cared was the Bay Guardian, who regularly sent a reporter to cover it, to cover the meetings, and no one else cared. And so after a while, we stopped doing it. That was when they cared and sent a reporter. Since then, nobody generally sends a reporter, and occasionally some media outlet will cover actions of the task force. But as media resources become more and more scarce, I'm not sure that other media outlets are going to care that much, and you may put a fair amount of effort into this and find not much coming out of it. You also want to probably consider whether a member of the task force or the administrator should spend the time on this, given the other things that you need to balance and think about. So I'll leave you with those thoughts. And just finally, I would note that there are a number of people behind me who are waiting for substantive items to be heard, and the past practice of the task force was generally to handle these internal matters at the end of the meeting rather than up front, so the people who come to speak about complaints, whether they be complainants or respondents, can be heard early and get out. They are certainly sitting and waiting, and I assume that item 29, public comment, will be taken up soon since it's after 5. Thanks.
Thank you. And just to address that, in the past, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has received approximately 5 complaints per month. And in September and October and November, we received over 30. So all of these things that got pushed to the end were not getting taken care of. So that's why it's very late. And that's why, unfortunately, I apologize, but we're having to do it now or it's not going to get done. And also, it's my understanding, I want to double check with the maker of the motion, that we decided the edits would not be circulated throughout the entire task force. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I would like to say that I think it's a wonderful idea, and to you, Commissioner Costa, I say right on. And I think whatever it is that you can do that will get the public more aware of who you are and why you actually exist is very, very important to the democracy here locally, and to know that people actually do have a voice and they do have a say-so. It's very important, because for Sunshine to have existed for a dozen years, and I myself didn't even know about it, people are disenfranchised if they are not aware of all of the resources that are at their disposal. So I do realize it may take more of your time, and all of our time is valuable, but I said I'm very happy to hear this, and that I think that you are truly moving in the right direction, and thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Vice Chair Wolf?
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable if we adopted this in concept versus anything that's hardline, because there could be a number of other factors that could adjust the way the information gets distributed, and not only this way. So I think this is it's a good proposal. I think it should be adopted in concept and allow the flexibility of the EOT committee et al., whoever is going to work on it, to be able to make it come to fruition in the best way possible, but not to prescribe it here, not micromanage it.
Mr. Young, can you please call the roll on the motion?
On the motion, Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Manny.
Aye.
Manny, aye. Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Costa.
Aye.
Costa, aye. Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. West.
Aye.
West, aye. Johnson.
Yes.
Johnson, aye. There are 7 ayes and 0 noes. Excuse me. Yes, 7.
Thank
I
you.
was expecting 11.
Keep dreaming.
You're in the wrong place, man. So that's approved. I'm going to leave that to EOT Chair Costa, and I really, really thank you for the work you did on that. Mr. Young, can you please read item 7?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
A general public comment.
This is a quick item, and then we'll go to the general public comment.
Item number 7, discussion of changing time and day of week. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force holds regular monthly meetings.
I don't really want to have a discussion about it necessarily, but I wanted to let everyone know the reason this is on here is because we had voted to change the time of the 2012 meetings to Wednesdays. The only day we couldn't do it was the second Wednesday, but I've been informed by the staff at City Hall that there is not a room available for us to change it to the first, third, or fourth Wednesdays. So it's going to stay on Tuesdays, and the neck for now, and the net we've made a request to the City Hall room people asking, and Mr. Young has told me that there's also a calendar I might look at to find out which days there are rooms available. And when we find that out, we'll revisit it then, rather than trying to pick a day and then suggest it and pick a day and suggest it. We'll see what days are available and if it matches us here. So that's on here right now because some of the members of the public were expecting a Wednesday meeting, but it's going to stay on Tuesdays till we can find a room. If there's any other discussion, we can do that, but I'd like to keep it relatively short till we find out what's available. Is there public comment on the item to change the days?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I'd like you to consider one other thing, and that is making the meeting time 5 o'clock versus 4 p.m., because it does seem on a pretty regular basis that you have a hard time making a quorum by 4. And if it means, an hour later you'll get your quorum at 5 and members of the public will be able to, actually move into, and you will be able to actually move into business, I think it's something worth considering.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Seeing none. I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
I would like you to also consider what type of room that you get, because some of the rooms are not really equipped for like the size of people that you're going to get and equipped for the audio recording. I was one of the shelter monitoring committee meetings. They had a room where there wasn't enough. The table wasn't big enough for all the members, let alone the public. So,
Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there additional discussion? Member Nee?
Yeah, on the suggestion that Mr. Hartz made, it's a good one, but I can see some problems with it, particularly given the length of our agendas these days. If we can get a quorum by 4 o'clock, we should hold that option open to ourselves in order to complete, more items on the longer agendas. Plus, we have had some complaints about having to pay overtime for representatives of city departments, and if we start an hour later, again, that's an hour more overtime that we might be looking at for multiple city officials or employees. So, again, Mr. Hartz's suggestion is certainly worth considering, but there's a flip side to it.
Okay. We can also take that up when we find out the days that are available again. Okay, so with that, I will, that'll conclude the item for now, and I'll come back with more information. We started late. Normally we take public comment at 5 p.m., item 29. So we'll, if you could read item 29 at this time, we'll take general public comment.
Concerning item 7, was that continued to the call?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Item number 29. Public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
So this is a general public comment. This is a public comment on items not on the agenda, and you'll have 3 minutes. One moment, Mr. Young, sometimes when we use the timer, Mr. Rustum puts it up to the microphone. I don't know if that will help you or not. It hasn't been a problem yet, but okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, unfortunately, my name is Jason Grant Garza. I've been before this august, robust Ministry of Sunshine many times with their failures. There was a comment earlier about the newspapers and media, and a gentleman here spoke about having done it in the past. I happen to be one of the individuals who the Bay Guardian did a comment about this through the Sunshine Commission for a case known, and I believe they wrote it up, Nurse Ratchet. I had been illegally denied emergency services at San Francisco General, came here like I did when I was denied services at Tom Waddell, asked for my medical records and everything else, and the sheriff had arrested me illegally, went to the sheriff's department, asked for my medical records through him, got from their chief legal counsel, James Harrigan, a letter denying me my medical records signed Nurse Ratchet. I brought it to the Sunshine Task Force, which ruled that, it had been signed under a pseudonym, and of course, that, something gravely misdone. The Bay Area Guardian did a report on it. Matthew Hannon, I believe, was the reporter. And then, of course, it all fell by the wayside because there was no follow-up. Naturally, I went back to these people and I pointed out the fact that, it didn't amount to anything. Another issue that I have about all of these things, another public comment that I'd like to make, is that, for example, many times I've written this commission or called or whatnot to ask procedural questions, and they've never been answered. I think that that's something that should also be addressed to the media. You guys get up there and you make these comments that, we're here to help. Well, what about all the stumbling blocks that you put up, such as not answering the 45-day requirement and not having it been met, such as when I get up here and make public comment, nothing is ever adjudicated or spoken to those issues. I recently got from the unofficial Disability Task Force representative, telling me that he could not address any of my issues during something. Well, I now have nothing pending in front of the task force, and I still can't get any of my issues addressed. So the entire thing is rigged. The entire thing is a false process. I'm still here because last month, my medical records were supposedly going to be adjudicated, taken off. So there's going to be some action on it. It's been a whole nother month. Nothing has happened. I went to the Rules and Committee Compliance for the IDR, the Order of Determination, which of course was worded incorrectly, so that I could tell them that the 5 days that the other side was supposed to respond and send me the things. They never sent me anything, but guess what? The other side didn't even show up, so my matter was tabled for an IDR that was back in August. So I'm, as the complainant, I'm still here being screwed around by the Ministry of Sunshine. Thank you.
David Pilpel. On items not on the agenda, I just wanted to call to the task force's attention an item that I saw in the newspaper over the weekend that Sanjeev Honda, who was a public records and sunshine activist in Oakland, passed away. And there was a memorial service, I believe, Saturday in Fremont. So I think under those circumstances, it would be appropriate for the task force to consider adjourning its meeting in his memory. I did not actually know this individual, but I'd read extensively about him and his work in Oakland to advocate for sunshine there. And since there are so few activists working in this area in general. When one passes, it is noteworthy, and I wanted to call that to your attention and ask you to consider that adjournment. Thanks.
Could you repeat the name, please?
Sanjeev Handa, Handa. I believe Member Nee and others perhaps know of
I'm
him.
not sure about the spelling of the first name. It's either Sanjiv or Sendip. I'm not
I think
sure.
it's Sanjiv.
JIV.
I think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Success is its own punishment. And unfortunately, I think the reason that you're seeing a lot more of the complaints coming in than you did in the past is the fact that it has been pointed out that that you exist, number one, and that there is a law that does protect people in their right to speak before public meetings and to access public records. And as people become more and more aware, they're more likely to say, wait a minute, somebody has violated my rights in that arena, and they're going to come to you for some sort of a help with that. And so really what's going to happen is as you do these things more effectively, you're going to find yourself getting more and more attention. And as you get more attention, you're going to get more complaints. So that's really something that, it's kind of like, okay, do we do a good job and sink ourselves by, encouraging people to participate in the process? Or do we do what unfortunately I think has happened a lot in the past, which is we'll do kind of a half-assed job. And as a result, most people kind of figure, what's the point? Why bother? I think really what's the sign that you're getting more complaints is a positive one. It is one that people are recognizing and becoming more aware of their rights and becoming more aware of this body as a place they can go to get assistance in dealing with recalcitrant people or agencies or whatever it happens to be. And I think you can't, if you really think of it the right way, can't take that as anything but a compliment to what you've done over this past year in particular under the chair of your, the chair and vice chair of your current membership. And I would say thank you very much because it is something that I really do feel you deserve a lot of credit for.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. I just have a couple of questions. One is I would like to know why is it that some of the respondents just do not appear? Is there something that you can do where the respondents would appear? And I mention that because on December the 12th, there was a hearing in the Board of Supervisor chambers, and only Supervisor Avalos sat there listening to the wrenching stories of many people in San Francisco who were facing homelessness. And I, as a resident of San Francisco, was very appalled by that. And it was just really something to see, given the economy and people with their children and young children, that there were no other supervisors in the chambers who was listening. And the final question I have is, in terms of a respondent, does it have to be a city employee or elected official, or can it be someone who's in a contract with the city of San Francisco? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on items not on the agenda?
I filed a complaint against Community Partnership Housing, and it was removed from the agenda, and I'm trying to figure out when and where I'll be able to have that hearing heard. I've just been having several problems. It just seems like I ask for information, I get ignored. One incident when I filed for information, I came in, asked for information, and the guy jumped up like he was going to attack me. So I'm trying to figure out when will I be able to get a hearing.
Mr. Rustum is not here, so I cannot, he was on vacation, so I'm not really sure of all the details of what you're talking about. But I do know that your complaint is pending, and I do know that there are 3 others. And it was just, there was not enough time to put it on this agenda. That's why we're always waiting for a quorum to hopefully get through some of these things. When Mr. Rustin returns, we can find out more information on what you're talking about. I'm sorry, Member Costa, did you want to address one of the?
I didn't know if we wanted to address the previous question about attendance and then also where a complaint can be directed.
There was a number of things. The respondents here are supposed to appear based on the Sunshine Ordinance. There are some dispute now with the Ethics Commission. In our annual report, we do have some discussion about enforcement. Enforcement's always been a problem, and the more that you get to involved in the Sunshine world, you'll kind of see that comes up. Now, the respondents, the member of the public that spoke discussed a hearing that Supervisor Avalos had. So I can't really, I know there are a lot of people with that same complaint. I see them at public comment in the other meetings, so I can't really address that one, although I would urge you to take that up with the board, especially with the president of the board, as members of the public. And the other issue, I think DCA 3 might be able to help us. I'm not sure what usually the response, if someone names, the Sunshine Ordinance, it doesn't exist solely on its own. And one of the things I do appreciate about DCA 3 is his constant reminder about due process. And so when you name somebody, they need to have an opportunity to respond.
Through the chair, I believe the commenter was asking whether a respondent had to be an employee or city official, or could they also, under the Sunshine Ordinance, be a contractor with the city. There are some limited circumstances where a contractor with the city is subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. As a general matter, however, contractors are generally subject only to the 12L requirements, which are much more limited than those that are in the Sunshine Ordinance. It's Administrative Code Section 12L. And it's generally, some limited budget documents. And and the other thing is that under 12L, the remedies are more limited. You first have to go to the department to try to get the department to work with the contractor and get them in compliance. And if that doesn't work, then you come to the Sunshine Task Force for a determination.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on items not on the agenda? You already spoke. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask a question about what he said.
I'm sorry.
Oh, because I was misled under the 12L.
Okay. Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. At this time, is Mr. Pasquarello here? One of the things I would really like to try to avoid is to wait till the very, very end. I know it's going to be difficult and have some adjustment and have people wait here all night long just to find the complainant is not here. And since we haven't heard from him and we started late, and it's already 6:22, I'm wondering if the task force is interested. I'm just going to revisit this quickly if they're interested in continuing items 27 and 28. Which is 11091, so that we don't have Mr. True sitting here for many, many hours.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so is there any discussion on continuing items 27 and 28? Is there public comment on continuing items 27 and 28? That's file 11091. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Mr. Young, can you please call the roll on continuing 11091? That's items 27 and 28.
On item 27 and 28, on the motion to continue, Nee,
Aye.
Nee, aye. Manny,
Aye.
Manny, aye. Washburn,
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Costa,
Aye.
Costa, aye. Wolf,
Aye.
Wolf, aye. West,
Aye.
West, aye. Johnson,
Aye.
Johnson, aye. There are 7 ayes and 0 noes.
So item 11091 is continued. I believe Mr. True is watching or listening, monitoring, but if not, if somebody might know where he is, you could let him know that we've continued that item. It's unfortunate that we didn't have an opportunity to hear from the complainant, but it is a problem that we do have with people sitting here for many hours. So we have to try to address it as best we can. Mr. Young, can you please read item number 8?
Item number 8. Continued hearing on complaint filed by William Clark against the Arts Commission, including the Compliance and Amendment Committee's recommendation to the task force.
Okay, before we start from the beginning on this case, I wanted to know if the respondent is present. And as far as we know, Mr. Young, we haven't heard from the Arts Commission.
I have no correspondence.
Okay, and I did not hear from the Arts Commission. So we've heard this now a number of times, and the reason why it was continued was because the wording did not allow us last time we wanted to make a finding, and the wording did not allow us to do that because the last time it had originally said that it was the Compliance and Amendments Committee's recommendation that they changed the minutes, and we wanted to make a finding for an order of determination. We couldn't do that. So I'm not sure if we need to go through the whole procedure of,
I'll try and keep it simple. I'll try and keep it simple for you. First of all, you did make a finding of an order of determination on April 26, 2011. You found a violation of 21B, not responding in a timely manner, and 6721E, not sending a knowledgeable person. There was some confusion over this. And I believe some people thought that there was no finding, but if in the records there was a finding.
But you remember it was the wrong number last time.
That was on the 26th I'm talking about.
Well, the last time this was on here, I'm not going to take this away from your minutes, but it was on here as 11007.
There was
and
a
so
mistake.
That Mr. Rustum had made that error,
right.
And that we didn't have this, and then I'm the one that changed it this last time,
okay,
and so
good.
then suddenly this appeared.
Right. So, and then I believe it was Member Wolf had made a friendly amendment to those findings and asked that the matter be heard in the committee, so that the actual original cassette copy recording could be presented by the Arts Commission. And in meetings previous to that third meeting, that committee meeting, Member Acosta, you asked whether or not why this copy, this cassette copy, needed to be downloaded from a digital copy if it was the original cassette recording. And through the first 2 hearings, Mr. Mantos represented that he had seen Mr. Lazar download this cassette copy on March 8th from a digital file. And as a result of that, last meeting, that's why it was sent over to the committee, was to listen to the actual meeting. Now at the compliance committee, at the compliance committee, Mr. Lazar was present, not Mr. Mantos. Mr. Lazar continued to say that this was the actual copy of the meeting, even though it was brought to his attention that his assistant had testified that he saw this audio copy being made. And at the end of that meeting, you made your recommendation to include it in the minutes. And then at this last hearing, I brought to your attention that I requested you amend it to find them in violation of not providing me with the accurate and true copy of the meeting. Now, at this last meeting, Mr. Lazar wasn't present and Mr. Mantos was there. And at this last meeting, he changed his testimony from the previous two meetings slightly. And he said, now he was saying, previously he was stating that he actually saw the cassette being downloaded and duplicated, and it was the one that he presented to you. He even made statements that it's the ones in front of you, which you have. And then at this last meeting, he tried to backtrack a little bit, and he made a comment saying that what his original statement was just that he saw Mr. Lazar downloading an audio cassette copy on March 8th. And I sent an email to you, which in it, Mr. Lazar originally told me on March 1st that he was incapable of making any, the Arts Commission was incapable of making any audio cassette copies in the future, any reproductions of the hearings, and could only do digital copies. Now, I received that on March 1st from Mr. Lazar that he was incapable of doing it. Now, you have testimony at this last hearing by Mr. Mantos that he saw an audio cassette copy being made at this last, after March 1st. He saw it on March 8th. So obviously, Mr. Lazar was lying to me in his email. Now, Mr. Lazar finally was asked by you, Member Wolf, at the Compliance Committee whether he was at the meeting and whether he heard the missing testimony, and he stated that he did. And what I'm saying is that all along in all his answers since last February, Mr. Lazar has stated that the complaint we're making is unfounded, that the cassette recording contains all the information, nothing is missing. Then at the very last second, when he was asked if this, and he even stated as the custodian, I listened to the tape, nothing was missing. And then at the very last minute at the compliance hearing, he stated that he did hear when he attended the meeting and actually heard the conversation that was missing. So what I'm saying to you is I believe that that's evidence of willful misconduct, that he was withholding that information from you, because right from the very beginning, he knew that testimony took place, yet he wrote in his letters and through all his testimony, he stated that that there was nothing missing on the audio cassette that he gave you, and that audio cassette is the original cassette recording, the only one. And he even made one further statement where he said the only copy he ever made of the January 12th meeting was a digital copy that he put on computer. Yet we have testimony from Mr. Mantos that he saw Mr. Lazar making an audio cassette copy on the 8th. So I would request that you find there not only these other findings that have been taken place, but that you find him in willful misconduct for deliberately withholding information and not providing me with the accurate records I requested, and send this over to the DA for investigation. Thank you. I know it's very complicated.
Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, the respondent is still not present. Okay, so the record will reflect the respondent is not present. So when we heard this before...
Excuse me, Madam Chair. You might ask if there's anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent.
Is there anybody to present... Sorry about that. Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. DCA 3.
Through the chair. Madam Chair, I'm a little bit handicapped by not having heard many of the hearings and knowing who was present at it, but so I just want to outline a couple of issues that have been raised in my mind by hearing the complainant's testimony. It appears that a lot of information has come out subsequent to the order of determination being issued by the task force, and when there's new information and new allegations that could support additional violations, there really are two procedural ways to address those additional allegations. One is through a new complaint, and another is through a motion to reconsider an existing order in light of new evidence that wasn't available previously. Either one of those, however, requires some procedure to be followed rather than simply for the task force to amend this existing order of determination, which would not be according to the task force's written procedures.
Okay. Again, I wanted to just make sure that we understood that, there was an error on the clerks, on our administrator, and he explained to us that there was no order of determination. So when we got this packet, as I looked at it, and there was an order of determination. So that is part of the reason why the process was confused between the compliance and amendments and because the last meeting was listed as 11007. I also wanted to say that this is a little bit embarrassing, but in April of 2011, a number of members of the task force were not aware of Section 1614C, requiring that all these meetings be taped, because we had been provided with a copy of the ordinance that didn't have it, didn't have that section in it. So I'm not sure at this point exactly how we want to proceed. There is other evidence that has come out. I don't know if we want to put it on the agenda again to amend this order, and we'd have to agendize it again because of the error. To amend the order, or Member Nee?
Couple things. First of all, it is. I think it's a shame that this has to be dragged out as long as it has been, and for us to have to stretch it further, I think is very, very unfortunate. At the same time, I think one of the things we wanted to know is there some way of developing a transcript of the portion of the tape that allegedly is missing? Since the respondent is not here, I don't think that's impossible. I don't think that's possible to know one way or the other, unless the complainant happens to have that information for us.
Well, they did agree at the Compliance and Amendments Committee to do a transcription of it, and they did amend their minutes to reflect that the clerks had. Have you seen that? You want to look at it? It's it's a summary of what you said, but it's not a detailed summary of what occurred. So I'm wondering, in light of Member Nee's comments, if it's something that you guys could.
Okay, I don't know where this is. Is it?
You want me to write on to mark it? If you could. I'm wondering if we change it to the order to amend the order of determination, if they could also work with them.
I'm sorry, I don't see it here.
Do you see that? If you.
Because it says right after Commissioner Chu asked for public comments, that Street Arts Robert Clark asked many questions about the budget, and it should be before that.
So that's something that we need them to work on
I can work that
together.
Out, that part of it out. I'm willing to work on working that part of it out.
Because it's a little bit unique in that one of the things they agreed to do was that instead of just summarizing it, that it would be a little bit more detailed because the tape is missing. And I didn't know if you'd noticed that they amended it to add that in because it wasn't in there before. So yeah, they what they added, you're saying, is not acceptable.
Well, no, I'm saying what they added isn't what we're talking about. They amended it, I think, to do something else.
Madam Chair?
But, yeah, remember name.
Well, through the chair, Mr. Clark, from what you have seen, from what in what you have just been shown, do you believe that the minutes or the meeting summary that you were just shown, does that get to where you want to be?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you.
It doesn't include any of it.
Okay, thank you.
So does
I think that's really the crux of what we're discussing here.
So do we want to, unfortunately, agendize it again to change the order of determination? To reopen it? Is that, I'm sorry, what was the wording that you used, DCA 3?
Through the chair, I believe with the information that's been provided here and the request made by the complainants, you can treat that as a motion to reconsider the original order, and the task force can make a decision about whether it wants to reconsider it and then agendize it for a future meeting to change the order.
And we could send a specific, instead of just a generic notice to the Arts Commission, we could send a specific letter to the Arts Commission detailing this is what's been discussed and the minutes. They were there when we discussed the minutes. We can just remind them of the compliance and amendments. Vice Chair Wolf.
Yeah, I would like at this point, because of the myriad and numerous complaints that we've heard and have made determinations on with regards to this particular department of the Arts Commission, that correspondence also go to the Arts Commission itself, considering that they oversee the Street Artists Program. I think that's important because that might also help kind of straighten out some of the issues that has befallen the Arts Commission of recent, of which might be getting repaired or there might be some focus on. But I think it might be important when there's a subdivision of a department that the department head be informed.
I'm sorry, DCA 3.
Just as additional information, I believe sometime around the holiday, a new director of the Arts Commission was appointed by the Commission.
Is there a motion to reconsider?
Point of order, I believe we need to hear any concluding or rebutting statements from the parties in interest.
Do we have to do that? I know, it's just that we keep hearing it over and over and over again, and the Arts Commission is not here, so I'm not really sure.
I understand that, but the issues are simple. The issues is we know there is missing tape on the cassette. Now the issue is that the actual original cassette. No, it's been testified it's not the original cassette. And I have at the April 26th meeting, Member Wolf suggested a possible 67.14 violation, which I don't recall exactly what that entails. But before you made your order of determination, he suggested that might be a violation. And what I'm saying is, if you want to continue this to, consider additional violations on your order of examination, I'll have to go along with that. But my point is that at the last two meetings, the two people who have been here to testify, the Arts Commission, one of them testified this is not an original cassette. It's a copy. It's a third generation copy, which means things could have been deleted between the making of that tape. And Mr. Lazar continues to insist that this is the actual tape recording itself, in spite of numerous testimonies by his assistant saying he saw him make this cassette. So what I'm trying to do is make you aware that somebody is lying here, somebody's committing, lying to you about whether this cassette is the actual cassette that I requested, because the cassette I requested would not have any missing time on it, no missing statements in it. So I believe that there's evidence. I've shown you evidence to establish that the cassette recording that's been presented to you as original is not the original cassette. Now, what kind of violation that would be, would call for? If it's necessary to amend it and go another month, then I'll have to do that, because I want that point brought out to your attention.
And Mr. Clark, you understand that the order as it is now doesn't have anything to do with that.
I understand it
So
has
if
to
we
do with
sent it
21. You found him being guilty of 21 subsection B and 21 subsection E.
But if we sent it over to the wherever it is, the DA or whatever, that has nothing to do with the cassette, because we hadn't reviewed the cassette at that time, so that's part of our concern.
I understand that, and that's why I'm saying if it's necessary for you to continue it for another month for due process reasons, and so you can amend your order, then I'll go along with that, and I'll have to come back again.
And
That's what we're suggesting, actually.
I apologize, because it's
I understand.
It's our fault. It's the the administrator
I understand
didn't have
the confusion that started because of the misnumbering and all that stuff. So I'm just saying I'm not opposed to doing that if you feel that due process would warrant that, and that would give me a chance to at least get the just, and then request that these people be here again, both of them, Mr. Mantos and Mr. Lazar.
And the respondent is not present. It's a rebuttal, but I just want to make sure they're still not present. Okay, so.
So move to reconsider.
Second.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Yeah, I just want to say that this gives the opportunity for additional items to be discussed with regards to the determination once it comes back on the agenda. If there's new evidence, as our legal counsel has mentioned, then we can take those into consideration and change the overall determination. Essentially, for those not aware of what reconsideration means, it means that the item, when it comes back on the agenda in a future meeting, that it will take place at the point just before a motion was made. And then the process will continue from there.
Is there public comment on the motion to reopen the order of determination? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Mr. Young, could you please call the roll?
On that motion, Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. West?
Aye.
West, aye. Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. There are 7 ayes and 0 noes.
Does anybody need a break?
Please.
Is it? We're going to take a 5-minute recess. The meeting of the task force is back in session. Where are my glasses?
We are on item number 9.
Okay.
Item number 9, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Anonymous against John Rame of the Planning Commission for allegedly violating Ordinance Section 67.7, 67.7-1, 67.8, 67.15, and 67.33 at a recent Board of Supervisors Land Use Committee meeting.
Okay, I know that Mr. Rahim could not be here. I wanted to make sure that there is someone here to respond. Mr. Smith, are you going to respond? Okay, thank you. So the complainant will now have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Hope, and to all of the task force commissioners. I would like to say Happy New Year, and thank you for coming to this special meeting of the Sunshine Task Force. All of our time is very valuable, and I obviously do realize you put a lot of time into this, and thank you so much for being here this evening. One of the things that I would like to do is in the preceding paragraph, or the last paragraph of the Partnership Development Agreement, there is a brief paragraph. I will only read the first sentence, and immediately following it are the signatures of the Director of Planning, Mr. Rahim, and City Deputy Attorney Charles Sullivan, so which are right there. Mr. Rahim and Charles Sullivan. But the first sentence actually says, Sunshine, developer understands and agrees that under the city's Sunshine Ordinance, Administrative Code, Chapter 67, and the California Public Records Act, California Government Code, Section 6250, this agreement and any and all records, information, and materials submitted to the city hereunder are public records subject to disclosure. So Mr. Rahim does know what Sunshine is. His signature is on the document. And I filed this complaint in regards to those of you who have seen the Land Use Committee meeting tape. It is scathing, as it has already been determined that there was substantive information in regards to the 14 pages of amendments. But what is interesting is that the timeline, and there was a scurry of activity because the San Francisco Civil Grand Jury report was actually released on May 17th. On May 19th, there was some meeting with former Supreme Court Justice Cruz Reynoso, and he generated a memo to Seth Mallon, Vice President of Stellar Management that owns Park Merced. Allegedly, on Friday, May 20th, the development agreement, the amendments were entered. I disagree with that because several times I looked at the computer and there was no revisions of the 14 pages, although I'm not going to get into that. It wasn't there until May 24th. However, given everything that has transpired with objections being raised by Supervisor Marr regarding the legality of the revisions, the planning commissioner, who is a managerial employee who must undergo annual training with Sunshine, should have realized that there could be some possible violations. And in the video, Supervisor Marr says himself that nearly 100 people were there for the land use meeting and they wanted to comment. As it has already been determined, and it's already in the video, that everyone did not get a copy of the 2-page summary or the 14 pages of revisions. And I felt, given that this was something that was published in the newspaper, that was mailed also, and for the agenda to actually change in the 11th hour on the very day of the final vote is inexcusable. It is inexcusable for the Director of Planning to have allowed so many violations to have occurred and to not have stepped in there and said, maybe, just maybe, we need to take a step back and look at this. Because if he is allowed to get away with this, It will happen to another community. It will happen again and again. And I believe that several things were violated, and the commission has already ruled on this, but he is also a culprit and responsible for the behavior that took place at the Land Use Committee meeting. And as I already showed you, his signature is on the document. His is the first one, actually. It's to the left. So he is very much aware of what it is that happened and that should not have happened. And the sentence that I read you, like I said, is the very last paragraph of the Park Merced Development Agreement. And there is his signature right there. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize, but a point of order, we did not find jurisdiction. So when we read item 9, it was for jurisdiction. So if we could back up, and is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
So move.
Second.
Is there public comment on finding jurisdiction? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Task force, can we take jurisdiction without objection? Okay, so we've found jurisdiction. I apologize for that oversight. And then, Mr. Young, could you please read item 10?
Item number 10, hearing on complaint filed by Anonymous against John Ram of the Planning Department for allegedly violating Ordinance 67.7, 67.7-1, 67.8, 67.15, 67.33 at a recent Board of Supervisors Land Use Committee meeting.
Thank you. So we've heard from the complainant, and the respondent will now have
Point
5
of order.
minutes.
Facts and evidence.
I'm sorry, is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Okay, seeing none, the respondent will now. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Hello. Excuse me. Hello. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I am here to support the complainant in this case. It is Mr. Rahim is required to adhere to the Sunshine Ordinance, and he has failed to do so. In fact, he and his department have consistently engaged in a pattern of willful negligence and obstruction of information in regards to notifying the public about their dealings. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to present facts and evidence in support of complainant?
Good evening. Good evening. Yes, I am here to add some support to this. I was at that meeting, and I really feel that the 54954.2 agenda requirements regular meetings at A. At least 72 hours before a regular meeting, the legislative body of the local agency or its designee shall post an agenda containing a brief general description of each item of business to be transacted or discussed at the meeting. I really feel that that this was violated because that never took place. I also feel that 54954.3A, public's right to testify at meetings. Every notice for a special meeting shall provide an opportunity for the members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting before, during consideration of that item. I feel this has also been violated, and I hope you find him in violation of these two ordinances in the Brown Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to provide additional facts and evidence in support of complainant? Okay, seeing none, the respondent will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, members, chair. My name is Brian Smith, and I am the Director of IT and Operations and also the custodian of record for the Planning Department. And we believe that the Sunshine complaint has no merit, nor is it part of the planning's jurisdiction. The Land Use Committee, where this action was taken, is a board of supervisors entity, and planning has no jurisdiction over agendas or public notices being published. And furthermore, the DA, or Development Agreement for Park Merced, and we assume this is what they were referring to with the complaint, at the time that this happened was not signed by Mr. Ram until well after that date of 5/24/11. As well, on May 24th, and we do certainly acknowledge that Mr. Ram was at this meeting that took place on May 24th, 2011, at the Board of Supervisors Land Use Committee. The board president, David Chu, introduced 14 pages of amendments to that development agreement. And the Land Use Committee voted to move the DA along with those changes onto the full Board of Supervisors without recommendation as a committee report. After 2 readings at that board, the board approved the final DA, which included the 14 pages of amendments introduced by David Chu. Through ordinance number 89-11 on June 7th, 2011, it was then signed into law on June 9th by the mayor. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf.
Mr. Smith? It'd be good if you stay up front in case we can call you. I appreciate you're here and to offer your testimony. And your assertion that this case has no merit, I'd like to know on what basis do you think that it has no merit? Is there any particular section of the law that shows that, from your perspective, from your department's perspective, that it was done appropriately and not against the ordinance?
Well, just that the planning department itself does not have jurisdiction over the agenda items or the public notices of that meeting.
The assertion from the complainant is that the timing of the signature is required before the meeting commences, and that the signature was made afterwards. Are you in agreement with that? That it was signed after the meeting, after the item had already been voted on?
It was signed after, correct.
Okay, so you agree that that is in fact the case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
This is a difficult one for me because there's a certain procedure that the Board of Supervisors uses, and it's that the public comment and the initial review of the development agreement is at the committee level. And Mr. Rahim, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, doesn't have control over their agendas or their notices, and they sort of rely on that procedure. So who do we hold, accountable for? They meaning the planning department is relying on the process that is the normal course of business. So who do we hold responsible? Now, we've already held the supervisors responsible for that particular meeting, but I'm not sure that, I'm not sure that Mr. Rahim was acting in bad faith, or that he would have a reason to look at it and question what the board had done and the fact that the mayor had signed it. Now, I know it's up for discussion, but it's their standard, it's the standard procedure that they use. Member Washburn?
Yeah, I reviewed DCA Threat's memo, and I fail to see how the planning department is culpable here for this meeting. We've already, as you said, we've already found the supervisors in violation of the ordinance. There was a problem with the agenda as it was stated. At least Supervisor Morris saw that problem with it. All this was questioned at the later Board of Supervisors meeting. I think we've identified the parties that were to blame here, and I don't see that the Department of City Planning really was at fault, particularly if this document had not been signed yet. I'm puzzled by the whole complaint, to tell you the truth. Although I understand what happened, and we did find in favor of the complainant on these earlier complaints. So I'm at a loss.
DCA Threat?
Through the chair, I want to offer some clarifying information about the issue of the declaration. The complainant alleges that there's a violation of 67.33 of the ordinance, which is the section that requires department heads to sign a declaration that they've had sunshine training and they read the sunshine ordinance. So that's a part of the complaint. Separate and distinct from that, however, is the statement that was made by the complainant here tonight that there is a signature in the development agreement, which under the section of the development agreement that says that this document and any documents provided in connection to it to the planning department are subject to sunshine. That's not the declaration of 67.33. That's a standard provision of most contracts with the city that says once the contract is finalized and awarded, that the documents related to that become public records. So I'm not sure, that has any connection to your allegation that there's a violation of section 67.33.
But I did read that section of the development agreement, and it seemed that it was a notice to the developer that those may be subject, and then that the contract may be subject to them. So
And also because the developer has signed it, is his agreement to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Wolf.
I have a question for Anonymous, please. So I'm a little at a loss, because reading your complaint and the analysis of the complaint, I am not, and hearing your testimony today, I'm still not quite clear as to what the allegation is. And the document that you showed, it only showed the signature. I've never seen that document before. It's not contained in our packet, and it should be part of evidence that's supplied as part of your case, so that we have some basis to follow what your allegations are. So if you could maybe explain to me, and maybe for the betterment of the rest of the members here, exactly what your complaint is about, because I think we're all a little not sure.
My complaint is that, given that Mr. Rahim is a department head and a managerial employee, he undergoes sunshine training annually. It is my belief that in regards to the Board of Supervisors who would have a say-so, he is also a party to the Land Use Committee in such that what would be the purpose of his training if there were errors made and he did not explain something to Supervisor Marr when Supervisor Marr asked one of the deputy city attorneys a question. He is also responsible to follow through and make sure his staff is aware of the Sunshine Ordinance. So I do not accept the fact that he is not a party to the decisions that are made, especially when there was an agenda mailed by the planning department. It is not in regards to the positions that all possible parties are involved with here, there are what I think are errors made by many people. Now, I'm not here before you to question if they were deliberate errors or they just didn't know what they were doing, but there must be accountability. There must be accountability if you truly want members of the public to come before you if they feel there has been an issue and they have been violated in some way. He's just a party of it, as David Chu sat there introducing the 14 pages of amendments, who is an attorney, who's in legal standing with the California Bar. So Mr. Rahim, who has never, and I think that it's also that the task force asked the person who is here on behalf of the respondent, how did they notify the residents of Park Merced?
Okay, but that's a different issue here. We're talking specifically
Okay.
about your assertion around Mr. Rahim's, your assertion is violation of 6733. And a number of other items. I understand what those other items are.
Okay.
But based upon the answer of your question, first question I have is what agenda are you referring to that was mailed by the planning department?
The original agenda for the meeting. It was
Which meeting?
the May 24th Land Use Committee.
For the Board of Supervisors?
For the Land Use Committee Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
That is
So
in,
the planning department is not the Board of Supervisors.
Mhm.
They have no responsibility to provide agendas or to make notice or to advise the Board of Supervisors in any kind of way, except for the advice that the Board of Supervisors or any of the supervisors or the clerk of the board may ask of them. Their advice, in my opinion, they provide whatever information that needs to be provided so that an agenda item can be made. The agenda is created by the Board of Supervisors, not by the Planning Commission. And so even though the Planning Commission may have knowledge about how the Sunshine should work or not work, it's not incumbent upon them to advise the Board of Supervisors in any way of its meeting procedures. So I can't really see how Mr. Rahim would be in violation of violating the Sunshine Ordinance in that way. If it was about a meeting of the Planning Commission, that might be a different story.
He's the department.
I'm sorry?
He's the planning department.
Okay, but if it was a meeting of the Planning Commission and the department had some information or some knowledge, I mean, it's more closer to the department for the Planning Commission for this incident to possibly have happened in the Planning Commission. I would ask more questions with regards to the Planning Commission at that point. But the Planning Department and the Commission has really I can't see a connection with regards to making advice or to instruct the Board of Supervisors to do anything.
well, if I may interject, it is the Planning Department's responsibility, or is it the City Attorney's responsibility to draft the document?
City Attorney's responsibility to only draft the information, but not and only offer advice when asked. And if it's blatant, then they may say something. But this is really a case in the arena of the Board of Supervisors and not the Planning Department. And that's what I don't want to have a discussion about the Board of Supervisors and what their procedures are because your complaint is against a specific person in the Planning Department. that's not even a voting member of the Planning Commission. So it's really, to me, a little far.
Perhaps you can clarify something, because I am baffled by what you said. I comprehend what you said.
Okay.
But my question is, if the planning department is not responsible for the development agreement or the Park Merced project, then who is why did it come through them? Who gave the okay for the revisions of the documents? Because there are two signatures. There's the city attorney's signature, and why is Mr. Rahim's signature on the document when there were changes made at the very last minute after the planning department publishes the agenda that comes from the Board of Supervisors? So that was something I was not aware of until a few moments ago, because the envelope says the planning department. So I'm not really, I understand what you said, you don't have to repeat it, but in terms of people involved, and regardless of the determination you make, I still think that he is a part of the reason that there were violations made by the Board of Supervisors, because if I am to internalize if I were to accept what you said, then, nobody knew what they're doing, even though they all undergo sunshine every year. So it's just I'm questioning. I'm not trying to argue with you.
No. I understand
I'm
what
not
you're
trying to
saying.
argue
I just wanted I'm trying to create a delineation, because I think it's necessary that there be a delineation between an employee who is providing information for a voting member of a governing body to make a decision on. Now, Mr. Rahim could have created those documents, and the Board of Supervisors could have sat on it for 2 weeks or 2 months or 2 years, and it could have come up sometime in the future. It didn't, but that wasn't Mr. Rahim's decision. That was somebody else's decision. He was just doing the work. So, if I've read this wrong or interpreting it incorrectly, somebody please correct me. But I am having a hard time understanding the connection between Mr. Rahim and it ending up on the Board of Supervisors' agenda. I mean, somebody had to request it from him and to have it ready for a certain period of time. But how the process goes after he's done with it is not his responsibility. And it may not have been aware. He may not have been aware. He's not here to answer those questions, which to me is it makes it a little bit tough. I don't like when departments send representatives that know general knowledge about the situation or are given statements to repeat. It's a little difficult for me in these proceedings, and I'm sure in a general court of law that would be unacceptable. But what I'm failing to follow is that connection. And I understand what you're saying, that everybody's got to know sunshine. I have to know sunshine too. But what if my administrator does something without my knowledge, because I know some sunshine, doesn't necessarily mean that I can necessarily answer to it until after the fact. Doesn't mean I'm culpable for it either. So
I disagree with that.
Well,
and then we will disagree to disagree.
Okay.
Member Costa and then Member Neat. No, Member Costa.
Just also for the sake of clarification. So what you are saying is that these changes were made and signed off on after the item had already been agendized.
Yes.
By Mr. Rahim.
Yes, because after the development agreement leaves the Planning Commission, as it's making its way to the Board of Supervisors, there are changes made that we are all familiar with now. And we don't know who, and that's not what I'm trying to find out. But I think that because the Planning Commission is aware that the document that the director of the Planning Department, which is his title, is aware that changes have been made from the document that the Planning Commission approved. And that only, as you yourselves, of those of you who've seen the video, have even stated in previous meetings, only Supervisor Chu, Deputy City Attorney Sullivan and the developer are aware, and the planning department are aware of these changes. No one else is aware, and that is what happened. And while there was a sunshine complaint filed originally, so here you have the developer gets to have a meeting with the former Supreme Court Justice regarding the validity of this. Supervisor David Chu, Deputy City Attorney Charles Sullivan work all weekend. And so this was a document that comes from the Planning Department that has been changed. It is not the same document that was approved on February the 10th by the Planning Commission. And I feel and I think he is culpable. And he must know sunshine, and it was not adhered to. He is also one of the parties that is culpable in the violations that the task force issued regarding the Land Use Committee meeting.
Thanks.
I understand what you're saying, and I would like, I get in trouble all the time because I would like to be idealistic and have Mr. Rahim have objected based on the same objections that you have. But the difficulty here is that when we found the violations before, it was the people who are responsible, ultimately, the buck stops here, for making sure that the amendments were, like, for example, Mr. Rahim had no idea if they would even accept David Chu's introduction of the amendments. So President Chu's introduction, he knew what he was doing, and he was there having a conversation as a guest of the committee, of the Land Use Committee. And he could have, once they started talking about it and once they got into this idea of whether it was agendized properly and whether there was appropriate public comment, he had that available to him at that time. So it's those people that were the gatekeepers at that point. And it's difficult for us to say with certainty, I agree with you, that I would like for people to speak up on behalf. I would like for him to have looked at it and said the same thing that we're saying, that these 14 pages of amendments, but it had already gone through a somewhat of a lengthy process. And before the meeting ever took place, I'm not sure that Mr. Rahim would have no way of knowing whether they would choose to continue it or whether they would accept the amendments, because it had already been continued from the 16th. So I think that's part of what Member Wolf is trying to say about whether he had, the same kind of logic that we applied to the supervisors who were actually conducting the meeting, because the violations were about the agenda, the agendizing of the item itself, and the public comment. Member Costa?
I mean, the one hang-up that I have is that the logic seems not terribly different from why President Xi would be responsible.
Except that he was actually doing the introducing of them.
But he wouldn't certainly have had any sort of knowledge or assumption about whether or not the introduction would have been accepted any more than the person who was making the changes.
Well, Mr. Rahim could not have necessarily introduced them.
Correct, but...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
May I make a suggestion? Rather than debate this among ourselves right now, let's devote this portion to asking questions of the complainant and the respondents, then bring it back among us, or then take it to concluding and rebutting our remarks, and then bring it back among us for conclusion.
DCA 3.
Through the chair, a couple of comments about the complainant's allegations. There's a number of alleged violations that deal with public meetings violations, and then there's one that is 67.33, which is the department head's declaration. The sections of the ordinance that deal with public meetings apply to policy bodies, and in this particular instance, a legislative body and its members. So one question that you may find relevant is Mr. Rahim a member of any of these bodies, and therefore would he be subject to these requirements?
If I may comment, there may be.
I'm sorry, we can't have you just commenting because we'd have to have the respondent do the same. But if there are questions, Vice Chair Wolf.
I have a question for Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, are you familiar with the general procedures of the Planning Department when items are officially approved by the Commission for approval by the Board of Supervisors?
Somewhat, yes.
Are you confident that you can answer a question about that?
Am I confident? Yes, I am.
Okay. So is it common that after an item has been passed by the Commission that supervisors may ask a employee of the department itself to help them work on amendments or changes to that item?
I know amendments are common. I don't know if they will actually talk to the planning department about those amendments, but amendments are common, yes.
No, we know that amendments are common. Question is who's helping to do the amendments? Is it going through the Commission, and the Commission then assigns somebody to the department, or are the supervisors just able to go and quote unquote employ a department person, somebody, an employee, any employee, it doesn't have to be a department head, to help them work on amendments?
I can't say with 100% certainty, so I'm going to say that I don't know the answer to that question.
Thank you
I'm
very
sorry.
much. Appreciate that.
DCA 3.
Just through the chair to Member Wolf's question, it's a little bit complicated. It depends on the type of amendment that's being proposed by the Board of Supervisors. For instance, if there's been an environmental impact report and a change to the project after it was approved by the Planning Commission is so significant that it would change the impacts of the project, then that might require that it go back for an amended environmental impact report. So it really depends on the type of change. And in this particular instance, there were several approvals that were made by the Planning Commission. One was a change in zoning. There was area zoning that was put into place to replace what was there. And there was also an environmental impact report. And I believe there was one other a third change that was made. The development agreement itself was a condition of those approvals. It was a separate contract that was made a condition of the changes in the zoning. And when the Planning Commission approved the development agreement, it also approved a provision in the development agreement that allowed the Director of Planning to make changes on behalf of the city without having to come back to the Commission for further approvals.
Madam Chair, DCA 3, where was that notated? Do we know?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Where was that notated that changes could be made by the department head on behalf of the city?
It's within the development agreement. There's conditions on what kind of changes those can be. They have to meet certain requirements, and they were general sort of requirements about being in the interest of the city and the public. So
they were broad and wide.
Say it again.
Broad and wide.
Yes, I don't have the development agreement in front of me. I have seen that section of development agreement. One of the arguments that was I believe, made by some of the supervisors is that the changes they made could have been made by the planning department, and they pointed to this provision, the planning director, and they pointed to this provision to support that. And so it was in those materials.
So at this time, we will do the rebuttals, and the respondent will have 5 minutes, and 3 minutes, and then the complainant will have 3 minutes.
Hi, so Brian Smith again on behalf of the Planning Department. Just once again, we believe that the Land Use Committee Board of Supervisors is an entity, and planning has no jurisdiction over the agendas and or public notices being published. Thank you. I'm sorry? Could you hear me?
I did. Could you hear? Okay. It's also on the tape. Thank you.
I stand by my complaint, and my complaint is that Director Rahim is also one of the culprits who made violations during the Land Use Committee meeting because, as I previously said, he undergoes the Sunshine Ordinance training. Just as all of you at times confer with each other, you may not all agree, but you confer with each other. There was no disclosure to the public about the changes in these agreements. The public did not even receive a copy of these agreements. And for there to be, they get to make changes anytime that they want to, but that's why we have laws. That's why we have the California Public Records Act. That's why we have the Brown Act. That's why we have the Sunshine Ordinance. And he has violated all three of those. I am not an attorney, nor am I illiterate. He has violated all of them. And I do realize that you are not a court, and nor am I trying to try this case in the court. But it simply does, it is a matter of historic record. This decision on that god-awful day, how the rights of nearly 5,000 people were violated, it goes beyond Eric Marr, David Chu, Scott Wiener, Malia Cohen, and also Sean Ellsburn, who sat there on the diocese as the sponsor of the project. Why go through the training if there is no, if you're not going to adhere to what it is you're responsible for? For this is a very dangerous and slippery slope, because if he cannot be accountable, how can you expect for his staff to be?
Thank you. The matter is back with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf.
So again, I have to create a delineation line with regards to the position and the job description and the authority that that the respondent, Mr. John Rahim, the department head of the city planning department, has. He's not an elected official. He is not a member of a policy body, a governing body, any particular entity in the city that makes decisions of approval of contracts, particularly in this particular manner. This particular contract and any additional items that are attached to them or amendments or what have you are not his responsibility. The responsibility of whether they were publicized, presented, agendized, and any other actions with regards to a meeting is concerned. The ordinance and any superior laws that govern public meetings is not within his purview. He's a department head. His responsibilities don't include open meetings unless he is the chair or he's running a meeting or what have you. So that part of the ordinance doesn't apply. Whether or not he may have knowledge of it, and we don't know whether he had said anything or not, even if he did or didn't, it wouldn't necessarily matter because the violation would have been against the person who didn't present it properly. And that's where the previous cases against the supervisors were more in alignment to exactly what the ordinance and the laws are speaking to and who the responsibility and the culpability fall upon. I understand that everybody's got to know the Sunshine Ordinance. If that be the case, then I think all of us sitting here would be culpable too. But we aren't because we're not party to that. It's not part of our agenda. It's not part of what we do. And so I understand the connection that's trying to be made. I just can't see it, how it can be made in this particular instance to this particular respondent. There may be other respondents that it speaks more in line to, but with regards to 6733, I don't see how this would apply. To the other items, it's very hard for me to make the connection, considering that Mr. Rahim has no connection with the Board of Supervisors to be able to control their agenda. So I don't see how we can apply any real culpability without any kind of further evidence that he was somehow implicit in controlling how things went.
Is there a motion? So seeing no motion, the matter is closed.
Public
I'm
comment?
I'm sorry. I apologize. Public comment on the matter.
David Pilpel, did the top to the mic disappear?
Just the windscreen.
David Pilpel, I sat through that carefully. I wanted to point out a couple of things. In particular, I support the department's position in this case that planning and Director Ram, and it is pronounced Ram, did not have a role or a direct role with regard to the Board of Supervisors and the Land Use Committee, to the extent that the task force found that there was a violation with the amount of public comment or availability of the 14 pages of amendments. That would be an issue with the Board of Supervisors and the Land Use Committee, not with the Planning Director or others. I believe that Director Ram was subject to the department head declaration. I don't know that that's a material issue here. I don't know that anyone is alleging that he did not take the training or was not familiar with Sunshine. With regard to the Board of Supervisors and the development agreement, there are, without getting into the details, there's state law that governs development agreements. There are general plan referrals that are required under the charter with regard to changes in land use, the zoning changes, the height changes. All of that was subject to review at the Planning Department and Planning Commission. I believe that the Planning Commission resolution or motion that Deputy City Attorney Threet referred to did grant latitude to the Planning Director to make changes to the agreement. Ultimately, the development agreement was subject to approval, I believe, by resolution. I could be wrong about that, of the Board of Supervisors. That's what legislation granted authority to the city to enter into it. But the summary of this point is that the Director of City Planning does not control the Board of Supervisors. The entire matter was a legislative matter for the board, and to the extent that there was any violation or impropriety, it would be with the Board of Supervisors and the Land Use Committee, and not the Director of Planning. And so I support the task force taking no action on this particular complaint. Thanks.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director of San Francisco Open Government. I think this really points out the kind of conundrum that members of the public are in when they try to figure out who exactly is responsible for sunshine. And it seems to be this compartmentalization where someone says, well, I'm responsible for these particular things related to sunshine, but once it goes off here and comes back, then I can just forget my responsibilities. What I'm saying is that when Mr. Rahim sent these to the Board of Supervisors and they changed it, when he got it back and then decided whether I'm going to sign this or not, he had to make a decision, am I signing something which I feel, having attended that meeting, was handled in a proper way, and therefore I can sign it with confidence, believing that there's no issue. He is a sunshine declaration person. He's somebody who's supposed to be familiar with the law. He was at the hearing. He saw what they did. He heard the objections raised by members of the Land Use Committee. He heard the responses from the deputy city attorneys involved, and he decided at some point that I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to stand back, let them do what they do, and when it comes back to me, I'm just going to sign it. And I'm going to take the position that I have no responsibility for how that was handled in the interim. And I'm saying that's not true. He was responsible for putting forward that proposal. He was responsible for signing that proposal, and he was also responsible for seeing that sunshine was followed throughout the process, not just in the parts that he had specific responsibility for. That's like saying, okay, I'm in the room and I see you shoot somebody, but I have no responsibility to that whatsoever. I can sort of sit back and pretend I know nothing about it. I know nothing, as Sergeant Schultz would say. And that's the position I think the city planning department is trying to take is we can't be responsible for anything that the supervisors did. And even if we attended the meeting, participated in the meeting, had every opportunity to raise objections and some of the same objections that the members of the committee raised, and we didn't do it, we can claim we're not responsible. And I say, no, they are. And the Board of Supervisors, by approving it with the illicit changes, made him complicit. And when he signed the agreement, as they had changed it, he then agreed that what they did was okay.
Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed.
I have a question.
Vice Chair Wolf.
DCA 3, I have a question for you. As the commenter had just mentioned, I'm just going to use that as an example, just for my own edification. If a procedure were to commence and then reach a certain result, and then additional work needed to be done on the same item, and a person involved was present and aware of the item, and if there was a violation of sunshine happening in the moment, is it a responsibility of any person subject to upholding sunshine to report the matter, disagree with the matter, oppose taking action on the matter, so on and so forth?
Through the chair to Member Wolf, the Sunshine Ordinance is a ordinance that has specific legal requirements that apply to specific categories of person. They're defined in the ordinance. There's no requirement in the ordinance that a department head ensure that another body follow the provisions relating to public meetings before they sign an agreement. And to your general question, if there was a requirement in the ordinance that the individual do the thing that you're talking about, then yes, they would be responsible for it. But there's not an overall requirement in the Sunshine Ordinance that every city official ensure that every other person in the city follow their requirements.
Okay, so if using the example that the previous commenter used, if somebody was sitting in a room and saw somebody shoot somebody else, is it their responsibility to speak up? I mean, I would say morally, maybe ethically it might, but is there an absolute law that would require such?
Well, I think that's taking us in a completely different direction. It's a good analogy, and I compliment Mr. Hartz on the power of the analogy. However, it's not. So I don't accept it as an analogy that applies to Sunshine.
Okay.
I would say that Mr. Rahim, if one of his employees is violating the Sunshine Ordinance, for instance, they're not providing public documents to a member of the public who has requested it, he does have some responsibility to ensure that they do that. That's a different issue, though.
Okay.
That's within his authority.
Sorry. I understand that. Just to follow up on your point, I'm looking at in Mr. Rahim's case that the time period between him making the adjustments to for these amendments and the time and the period that the amendments were to be presented, if he knew that the time frame would not be within the ordinance's provisions for letting the public know of such changes, using him as the example, since he's the party here of subject, would he be in violation of the ordinance, or is it still the culpability of those that are presenting it to the public?
Those provisions that you're referring to govern public meetings, and specifically they govern the legislative and policy bodies and their members. Mr. Ram is not a member of these bodies. He is a member of the planning department who was there available to answer questions about the development agreement and the actions of the planning commission and the department if the legislators had questions about them.
But the allegation here is that he made adjustments. He didn't just answer questions. He actually made adjustments to the document, which led to a new document being created.
I don't specifically know whether Mr. Ram participated in that. Assuredly, someone from planning did participate in the amendments that were drafted by the city attorney's office, because planning is one of the parties to that agreement. So it may not have been Mr. Ram, but somebody from planning under him did participate in discussing changes to the development agreement with the developer. That is what they were charged to do by the Planning Commission. If changes were going to be made, they needed to be made by the Planning Department staff, and specifically Mr. Ram was the one who had the final approval about that. That's a different question, however, than whether the approval process at the legislative body, which is the Board of Supervisors, was appropriate.
Yeah, we've already dealt with that issue. So then I want to go back to a part that we discussed earlier with regards to the signature. Now, the signature by Mr. Ram came after the meeting was done and over with. Is there a requirement for a signature on this type of document by law prior to it being presented and approved by the Board of Supervisors?
I'm not sure I fully understand the document that was presented. I can tell you what my understanding is. I'm not sure that I'm correct. My understanding is that that was the signature of Mr. Ram on the final development agreement as amended by the Board of Supervisors. His signature is required on the final document after it's been approved by the Board of Supervisors and the ordinance approving it has been signed by the mayor. The development agreement itself is a contract and requires all the parties to the contract to sign it. Mr. Ram represents the planning department in that process. And so his signature was required at the end for that to be a binding contract.
But not on the draft.
But not on the draft.
But not on the draft.
Okay. The complainant's assertion is that a signature needed to be made prior.
No.
No?
No.
That's what I
That's
thought
not
I
what
heard.
I heard, but
Okay.
Again, I'm not sure what the allegation is for certain. That's what I understood it to be, but
Okay. Thank you.
Member Costa?
But so given the concern and the ultimate opinion of the task force that the process by which that document was considered at a public meeting was not in compliance with Sunshine, would it still not be the responsibility of the individuals, department heads, ultimately signing off on that document to, if they knew that it had not been fully and appropriately considered at a public meeting, are they still not bound to, you see what I'm driving at?
Through the chair to Member Costa, I'm going to give you a legalistic answer because my job is to inform you of what the legal requirements are.
Mm-hmm.
The ordinance has specific legal requirements. What I think you're asking about is an aspirational desire that people would have, but the ordinance does not require that the person signing that document makes sure that all along the way everyone followed the Sunshine Law. There's no requirement in the ordinance for that.
Thanks.
So that matter is, the task force is taking no action. That matter is now closed. That's 11063 items 9 and 10. Could we turn that light off on that machine? It's right in my eyeball. Mr. Pasquarello, your item was continued. I don't have time to go into details right now because we're about to go into another thing on the planning department, but I wanted to let you know so you wouldn't be sitting here. Mr. Young, could you please read item number 11?
Item number 11, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Anonymous against John Ram of the Planning Department for allegedly violating certain sections of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Move to find jurisdiction.
Second.
Is there public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Can we take jurisdiction without objection? Seeing no objection, we will find jurisdiction. Can you please read item number 12?
Item number 12, hearing on complaint filed by Anonymous against John Ram of the Planning Department for allegedly violating certain sections of the Sunshine Ordinance at a recent Board of Supervisors meeting.
So at this time, the complainant will have 5 minutes and the respondent will have 5 minutes.
Good evening, task force members. In going forward with the horrible violations of the public rights from the Land Use Committee and proceeding with similar violations and the same violations at the Board of Supervisors meeting, I once again assert that Mr. Rahim is culpable, if not for anything else, because he signed the document. It is a contract. And if he did not believe in the contract, his signature absolutely should not have been on the document. And I feel that he disregarded his Sunshine training that he's gone through for I don't know how many years, but we are all accountable when we become the age of majority in the state of California for documents that we sign. He did not have to sign that document. I know that for the simple reason Dennis Herrera did not sign the document. One of his deputy attorneys did. So if he didn't have to sign off on the document, certainly there was someone else in the planning department who could have signed the document. And his signature, to me, states that he found nothing wrong. It was business as usual with how everything transpired regarding the Land Use Committee. I mean, my goodness, when David Campos, a former deputy city attorney, vehemently, and I will respect him on that day, raised the issue that the Brown Act might be in violation. It gave everyone involved with this case a moment to sit down and think about what is it that we're doing. Because what has been lost is that 5,000 people are affected by this decision, as 1,538 apartments will be demolished, as toxins will be released in the air. I mean, my goodness, what is going on with the leadership in San Francisco if you can't sit down and take a moment and think about what is going on? And that was a moment at that time, which they will never have again, where the brakes on this thing could have been halted and like maybe, okay, we need a week to let them at least read it. Nobody but David Campos stood out, and he said that he asked the city deputy attorney, Cheryl Adams, can you cite case law? No, she didn't. She didn't. And Supervisor Marr and Supervisor Avalos raised issues as well. For John Rahim, after everything that transpired at the Board of Supervisors meeting, tells me he doesn't go to Sunshine, and it tells me he certainly doesn't pay attention if he does go, and he does not believe in Sunshine, the Brown Act, or the California Public Records Act. After what David Campos said, everyone who signed this document is culpable. And it's up to you to make that decision, but in my heart, and the facts will be presented in court because we are going there, everyone is culpable who signed that document because the rights of many people were violated. And our constitutional rights cannot be violated and go unchallenged in court.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent still present? Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Brian Smith, representing the Planning Department, the Director of IT Operations, and also Custodian of Record. And I'm sorry that I'm repeating myself once again here, but I don't see the difference between what we just discussed in this last complaint as to this complaint as well. So once again, the Land Use Committee is a board of supervisors entity, and planning has no jurisdiction over the agendas or public notices being published. The development agreement was signed well after, by Mr. Ram, John Ram, the Director of Planning, was signed well after this date of 5/24. And as we've alluded to here, it was approved by the Board of Supervisors, signed by the mayor, and then signed by Director Ram. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Nee?
Yes, would the complainant, Ms. Anonymous, please approach the microphone? In your complaint, you allege violation of Section 67.21, which governs the process for gaining access to public records or information. In your testimony, you made no mention of that, and I'm wondering, is there a specific public record or body of information for which you filed a request or made a request, and and that met no response or met a late response or an incomplete response?
I don't know what happened to the documents or if it's this particular case, but the reason why I have met all of you is because the last week of June, I requested the development agreement. And what the planning department sent me, they actually had someone to deliver to my home.
That's the next complaint, though.
Oh, is it the next complaint?
Yeah.
No, that's...
No.
It is.
It is.
Is it? It didn't.
No,
come
it's
up on-
11078. That's what we're on now, isn't it?
11068 is the complaint for. Is the complaint for against the planning department for the.
I thought we're on item 11 now. Is that correct?
Yeah, 11078.
11078, and therein is an allegation of 6721A.
I know, but it's the next. What she's referring to is in the next. Is in 11068.
I see. Well, let me ask you again, though.
Okay.
With respect to the matter at hand,
Okay.
is there a specific record or piece of information that you requested from Mr. Rahim or anybody else in the planning department that was not given to you, or that was given to you late or incompletely?
Yes, the development agreement. It was incomplete. When I did get a copy of the development agreement, it was incomplete, and thus this begins my journey in trying to obtain the records that pertain to the Park Merced development.
Okay. Well, when did you request that particular?
Member Nee, I have to say this is the next. That when I asked Anonymous for a description of these complaints, this one was exactly the same as the last one, except it was about the Board of Supervisors meeting as opposed to the Land Use Committee. And the next complaint, Anonymous versus the Planning Department, is it has all of the information about what she requested.
Okay.
It combined all of the people that she went through. It's very complicated, and you're going to go through and this was not part of this complaint, even though that section is in there. I'm not sure if that was something that happened when they combined a bunch of complaints in 11068 against the planning department. It's solely for records requests. So I would prefer not to do it twice.
This request was made in June, I think she said. Is that correct? This record request was made in June?
Yes.
Okay. Then the chair stands correct.
Okay.
It does not have to do with the matter related to the May 24 meetings.
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you for the clarification.
DCA 3.
Through the chair, not to further complicate this, but my understanding of the 11068 was that there were public records requests that were being made from July on, and it sounded like the complainant just said that what initiated those was that she initially in June had requested the development agreement and didn't get all of it, and then that caused her to question these things and then go to the planning department asking for everything. So there may be a distinction, but having said that, there are no factual allegations in 11078, even after the administrator requested any additional facts that have any bearing on a public records complaint.
That's why I'm wondering if there was some confusion, because the complaint in 11078 that we're on now is check marked for the violation of a public meeting on May 24th.
Right.
And then the complaint 11078, even though it says July 11th, in your instructional memo, it's May 14th, June 2nd, June 23rd, June 29th, July 13th, July 14th, and July 21st. And that complaint is about only public records access. So I'm not sure if if there was some confusion between when Mr. Rustum combined all of those planning department complaints. But if we combine, if we, the next complaint is specifically about the documents. So I'm not sure that you want to discuss both of them.
May I make a procedural
Mm-hmm.
suggestion? With the complainant and the respondent's agreement, it might be possible to shift the public records portion of this 11078 over to 11068, so you can handle all the public records issues at the same time in the same complaint. And then in this 11078, focus only on the public meetings complaints.
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Wolf.
I'm a little confused because when I'm on page 66 of our agenda, I'm reading the complaint relating to this particular item. And it's specifically alleging violation of public meeting.
Right.
There's no alleged violation of public records access. That's the next item.
Right.
Okay? So here it's specifically only for public meeting, and it's specifically regarding May 24th meeting of the Board of Supervisors. And that's it. So 6721A really doesn't apply and really shouldn't be applicable to this particular complaint at all. And there may be others there too that don't apply. Public testimony obviously is part of it. Requirements of regular meetings is part of it, and but I don't know that 6721A or 6733 applies with regards to this respondent because he's not a member of a policy body that would have any control over a meeting. So.
Well, if I may interject briefly, that
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Well, let me ask a question. Complainant anonymous, when you filed this complaint, there is no specificity as to any allegation. All there is just the sections, and then you repeat what the sections are in the complaint. And we have no idea what the complaint is. So it makes it very hard for us to even prepare for something like this without. So I'm wondering if you could kind of expand on that.
One of the reasons is because I was very new to what Sunshine really was. So there could be some confusion there. And number two, in doing that, it was never disclosed to me that that the owners of Park Merced wanted to redevelop the property. And I feel that the planning department, since they billed Stellar Management over nearly $200,000, should have made some type of preparation or some type of outline or mailing for the residents of Park Merced to tell us about upcoming meetings and including Sunshine and so on and so forth.
Okay, this is, I just have to stop you. That's
why I said that. I said all that to say that's why that's there.
I asked for clarification about this, and if you look on page 70, if you look on pages, well, it starts on 69, and there's an explanation to me that 11063, 6465, 66, and 67 were about the Land Use Committee meeting on May 24th, that 11068 is about documents, and then on 70 at the bottom, it talks about, this is about the Board of Supervisors meeting, and this is 11078, which is what we are on. And since there were no allegations made and we're basing about documents, we're basing it on that. I don't want to spend a lot of time on talking about documents. This is about the Board of Supervisors meeting, and we're going to talk about the documents in the next complaint, which is, it's been repeated a number of times, and changing it up at the last minute, it doesn't serve us well, and it doesn't lead us to a place where we're having some kind of consistency and we're all over the place, and we've already divided up into those two segments. And I understand that you were newer, but it's not like if it wasn't going to get addressed, I wouldn't be saying this. But because we're going to address it in the next complaint, I think that we can, go by what we established, and this is about the Board of Supervisors meeting.
And I further stand by my statement that I feel that Director Rahim is culpable because his signature is on the contract.
Now, I'm not sure that we have, I mean, in my mind, I'm not sure that we, that this is that much different from the last one if we had separate out the documents.
I understand that, Madam Chair, but we're going through a process. So
no, I'm just talking about I'm moving on now. I'm talking about we at our last hearing was about land use, and this seems pretty similar.
No, I understand that. That's why I had originally asked if these could be co-joined all together, since it's the same complainant with the same respondent. I mean, there have been numerous resistance and opinions by members of the public that when that gets done, there's not ample public comment or testimony given to each one in its own respect. But I'm trying to ascertain whether there's anything to this particular case, considering that it's on our agenda, and the people are here to answer those questions. And if there is, then we could find out what they are.
It's just about the Board of Supervisors meeting. It's the same allegations.
Yeah, but I don't know what about there may be some other allegation that I haven't heard yet, and that's what I'm trying to ascertain. And if it is, then fine, we move on. But that's all. That was the purpose of my line of questioning. I was not trying to get into any kind of written documents or anything like that. I was just trying to find out, considering that there was no explanation on the complaint.
Okay.
That's all.
Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, the rebuttal. The respondent will have 3 minutes, and then the complainant will have 3 minutes.
I have nothing to add, but if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
We may, but we have to let the complainant do her rebuttal first.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I think that as a managerial employee and department head, someone who annually undergoes training with the Sunshine Ordinance, that when Director Rahim signed the contract in regards to the development agreement, along with Deputy City Attorney Charles Sullivan, he is culpable. And in signing the document, he agreed to all of the violations that this task force has made regarding the Land Use Committee meeting. He sanctioned them by signing the document.
Thank you. The matter is back with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf.
I just have one item to add. With regards to the assertion that DCA Sullivan signed it, but the city attorney Herrera did not, I don't know, that's of no consequence. The signature of a deputy city attorney is not independent of the city attorney. It's on behalf of the city attorney. So essentially it is City Attorney Herrera who is signing the document and has given the authority to any and all of his deputies to sign on his behalf. And I'm sure he knows what's going on. But I just want it to me that seems. I just want that to be clear. It's my assumption that is the way things work.
Is there public comment on this item?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Win or lose, this serves a purpose. Everybody in this room and everybody involved in this process knows this is going to end up in court. And this is what I think the lawyers call constructive notice. And one of the things that happens in a court, a lot of times if a judge is overburdened, he'll say, well, I don't want to hear this. Did you exhaust all the local remedies? Did you try to resolve this at some other level? And if you didn't, they make you go back and start from square one. And a lot of this really, even if they are not found in violation, does not let the planning department or Mr. Ryan off the hook. Because bottom line is, everybody knows it's going to end up in court. And when it ends up in court, everybody is going to not be able to stand there and point the finger at one another and say, well, it was them that did it, so I'm not responsible. And yeah, I was there, but I kind of just didn't pay any attention, and I saw them violate the law, and when they sent it back to me, I went ahead and signed it anyway and figured let the lawyers sort it out. And really, that's what this is all doing. This is not an abuse of the process. This is saying, this is the local remedy. This is an opportunity for members of Park Merced community to raise these issues and say, you know, this was not handled well. And it was not handled well by anybody involved in the process. And yes, maybe specifically under the law, we can only hold the Board of Supervisors responsible, but everybody else in the party knew what was going on, and they stood back, and what's the old expression? Silence gives consent. And that's really what this is doing. It's saying on the public record, as a matter of public record, everybody in this process from square one knew what was going on was hinky, and they knew that there were violations or potential violations of the Sunshine Ordinance, the California Public Records Act, and the Brown Act, but they all chose to look the other way, rely on good faith in their mind, on the advice of the deputy city attorneys, and simply say, oh, no, not a problem. And this is simply making it a matter of public record that that's not the case. Everybody involved, whether they get found specifically by this task force as having violated the law, is part and parcel and complicit in the bad way this was handled.
When running for the mayor's position, Dennis Herrera came out to Park Merced to speak to us personally, to the Park Merced Action Coalition. We asked him those questions, if he had read the agreement, if he knew what was going on, and why he didn't sign it. He said the reason why he didn't was because he didn't read it. He didn't know what was going on, and he did not keep abreast of anything that was happening. So he wasn't able to give too much light on things, but he said one of his underlings had signed it. He did not. No, he did not know.
David Pilpel again, just to make a couple of quick comments. This matter actually already is in court on the adequacy of the EIR. I don't know if there's a sunshine allegation in that case. In any event, there is a course of action to follow with regard to the EIR. One could bring a complaint in court over the public meeting issue that's before you now. I don't know if one has yet. I still fail to see the difference between this and the earlier complaint, and I would strongly urge the task force going forward to establish some sort of standard by which a complainant needs to bring a cause of action, explain what the facts are and what sections were perhaps violated, and if they fail to do so, to not continue with a complaint hearing. This seems to me like it is consuming a significant amount of resources that could be spent for other things. I urge you to not find any violation here. Thanks.
Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf.
I find it interesting that a public commenter said of her experience with regards to the city attorney, and I find that to be a very interesting point, though it's not necessarily within our jurisdiction to be able to deal with that. But I think that is could be a very serious matter, especially of a candidate who is currently an elected official to make that kind of statement. Be it as it may, I can't. I find it very difficult to make a connection. I understand the implications. I understand the subject and why we all feel that this was not a good way of going about things. But we're here to see if there's specifically any violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, and not to intimate it in any kind of way. It has to be proof of evidence, because that could help you in a court case, or it may not help you in a court case, but you want to make sure that what you present is, in fact, is fact. The whether or not somebody has knowledge of the process or not, and whether they then know later on that something has been violated, doesn't make them part and parcel to the subject. Be it as it may, whatever happens in court, it's going to be against the city and county of San Francisco. It's not going to be against any particular person. It's going to be one in whole. So I think we need to focus on what exact violations there are, and if there are people that are actually making specific violations with regards to the ordinance that we can act on. Thank you.
Member Nee?
Yeah, just a brief comment. I think we in previous cases involving this particular Board of Supervisors action, the task force has felt by our vote that in this matter, the conduct of certain members of the Board of Supervisors was shameful. No debate on that among the people here. But this is a complaint against somebody who is not on the Board of Supervisors or any other public body. And in that case, the culpability lines do have to be drawn, and it's my opinion, and I think that opinion is shared, that Mr. Ram is not within that line where culpability can be established.
So seeing no motion, no action is taken, and this case is closed. Mr. Young, could you please read item number 13?
Item number 13, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by anonymous against the Planning Department for allegedly violating various sections of the Sunshine Ordinance.
So move.
Second.
Is there public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Can we take jurisdiction without objection? Member Nee?
I have a little problem with taking it without objection. The respondent, particularly Mr. Smith, has in writing contested jurisdiction, and I think that ordinarily, I think taking jurisdiction without objection is fine, but maybe not in this case. Maybe we should hear from the complainant and then the respondent on the jurisdictional issue. I refer you to page 100 of the packet, the last page in that first division section. It says right at the top, this Sunshine complaint has no merit and we contest SOTF jurisdiction. And I'd be interested in hearing the reason for that contesting. Whether the complaint has merit, if that would be for the task force to decide if we accept jurisdiction. But
Do
jurisdiction
you have a doubt that the task force has jurisdiction over documents in the planning department?
No, I have no doubt myself, but in fairness, if the respondent is contesting, I think in fairness we should hear from him.
Well, it's not a hearing on the jurisdiction, it's determination of jurisdiction. DCA 3?
Disagree with that. Through the chair. Madam Chair, in the current task force procedure, there's no preliminary determination of jurisdiction, so the hearing on jurisdiction occurs at the task force.
Okay.
Therefore, the normal procedures of the task force should apply unless it's not contested. So that would mean that if it is contested, then each party should be given time to present on that.
Could I ask you a question? Is that the same as in the last? I don't know if this will be the case, but I'm just curious. In the last two complaints, the objection was that the planning department wasn't part of the
Policy body.
Yeah, that the planning department didn't have, I don't want to say jurisdiction, but that they were not part of the actions or the people who would be allowed to make that decision. Would that be something that we would hear in jurisdiction? Or would they be having to make my question, I guess, is are they having to make the argument that planning doesn't fall within our jurisdiction?
It depends on how they present their...
Yeah, you'll have an opportunity to say that. I'm just asking what kind of an because if they start to make the argument to me that the jurisdiction is related to the reason why they're not culpable for turning over the documents, how do I keep that from falling over into why they didn't turn over the documents as opposed to jurisdiction? Do you hear what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying, Madam Chair, and the jurisdiction question can fall into either area depending on how it's presented.
Okay.
Jurisdiction typically can mean either subject matter jurisdiction or personal jurisdiction. So if the individual who is being complained about is not subject to the ordinance, for instance, if there's a sunshine complaint against a nonprofit that, is not subject to the ordinance, then that's a pretty clear-cut personal jurisdiction. The task force doesn't have any authority to say anything about that under the sunshine ordinance. It might under 12L. But sometimes there's subject matter jurisdiction. So a department might generally be subject to sunshine, or Mr. Rahim may be subject to sunshine in general, but so he might personally be subject to jurisdiction, but the complaint is about something that doesn't apply to him. So that would be, so in that case, you could either say you don't have jurisdiction or there's no violation.
Okay.
So there's not really a way to keep that from slopping over from one to the other, but
if it starts to drift into the complaint part of it, we can bring it back to the jurisdiction part of it only in this section.
I do believe that you do have some options in this area. If the claim is there's not subject matter jurisdiction, even though the department generally is subject to sunshine, then you can just treat it as as the substance because you're going to decide it anyway.
Okay. At this time
But without hearing from the reasons for that, it's hard to make the call.
So at this time, the complainant will have 5 minutes this is about the jurisdiction for your complaint. I guess I should ask the respondent, are you contesting jurisdiction? Okay.
Goodness gracious, the San Francisco Planning Department is in San Francisco. We've just gone through 2 other previous hearings regarding jurisdiction that the respondent responded to. So that they do work for the city of San Francisco. These documents belong to the city of San Francisco, and I think that they're under Sunshine, the California Public Records Act, and the Brown Act, that the San Francisco Planning Department has jurisdiction over this matter.
Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant on jurisdiction? Seeing none, the respondent will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, members and Chair Brian Smith, Planning Department, Director of IT Operations and Custodian of Record. So to make it simple, there's no violation, and that's why we brought the jurisdiction part into it. The records that we're all talking about in this complaint have and are available for either pickup, mail, CD, and they always have been.
So is that, can you just, this is what I was trying to, I'm not trying to take up your time, but this is what I was trying to address. You're saying there's no violation of
Correct.
the Sunshine Ordinance, but that's not jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is whether we have the authority, whether you fall underneath the complaint. I don't know, is there a better way to say that, DCA3?
As a general matter, jurisdiction is usually analyzed assuming that all the allegations are correct. So if you assume that the complainant's allegations are all true, would the task force have jurisdiction to find a violation? That would be the question. So, you could look at it through that lens.
So you're saying
and
that
I'll just wrap this up again. And the reason why I brought that was because there is no violation. We're not in violation of these documents and the request. All the documents are available. They're available on CD for 25 cents. We can mail them. However, a check has to be delivered or sent to us for that request to be completed. We have done our part. Everything is waiting and ready for the complaint for them to either pick up. We can mail it. We can FTP it. We haven't been given an email, a phone number, nothing.
If
So
you're
that's
willing
why
to
we can
turn
test it.
over the documents,
I have a CD in my bag right now
Then is it
that I
because
can give to
we-
her.
is it
and
because
I
we
will
have-
waive the 25-cent fee for
but
the
is it
CD,
because we
and she
have
can the files.
jurisdiction? Is it because you fall under the Sunshine Ordinance? DCA3? I'm confused about the argument.
Yeah, there are a number of allegations in this complaint.
Yes.
It's not only the allegation about having to pay the fee. If it were only the allegation about having to pay the fee, then the respondent might have a point about jurisdiction. But again, I think there are provisions under the Sunshine Ordinance that deal with fees as well. So it's difficult to see a way. I'm just going to give some straight out advice here. It's difficult to see a way there's not jurisdiction here. Just to kind of speed the process along, hopefully. But if the allegation was simply, about some statute outside of the Sunshine Ordinance, whether it was complied with as far as these fees, then there might not be jurisdiction. But that's not what the complaint is.
Well, I will just continue it as a regular hearing. So you have time to finish whatever it is that you have remaining. I understand that you're saying there's no violation and that you have the documents and you're willing to waive the fee.
Yes, I am.
If there's more,
yes,
if there's
if
more you'd
that's
like to
going
add
to
to that,
make
please
things
feel
go
free.
quicker, then again, I brought a CD. There's 650 megabytes of files that we have had on call waiting for Anonymous to either pick up or send a check for us to mail the files. We also were sent her a letter or sent Anonymous a letter with the fact that
The hearing.
I'm sorry, I'm just reading this real quick.
It's okay.
That Anonymous couldn't afford to pay for the materials.
We're drifting off into the actual hearing of the complaint.
Sure.
And
So, but just to let you know that was sent.
Because we're going to have to do this again.
Right.
So
I just want to let you know that was sent and then that never responded
That's
to.
fine, but you're going to be able to repeat that in about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay? What we're dealing with right here is, and I'll make it very, very simple, okay?
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I do not want to waste any more time on this. Let's move forward. and go to, if you have anything to say about jurisdiction, not about the complaint itself, then let's say it, and then let's move on so that we don't have this argument again, which is what I was afraid was going to happen to begin with.
Sure, that's
So-
it. That's all I have.
Okay. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence for the respondent on jurisdiction? This is the task force being able to hear this. Okay, seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Is there any discussion, Vice Chair Wolf?
Yes. This item is within our jurisdiction because it specifically regards documents that are public, period. Vote yes.
Is that a motion?
Yes,
I
I move for
believe there's a
jurisdiction.
motion on the floor, actually.
There is.
Is there a motion on the floor, or do we interrupt it?
No, I believe there's a motion on the floor. Just very briefly, I thought it was appropriate to give the complainant and the respondent, particularly since jurisdiction was contested, I thought it would be appropriate to hear why. But I don't think that on the jurisdiction matter, the respondent has made a case for denying jurisdiction.
Is there a public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction?
Members of the task force, Ray Hart's Director, San Francisco Open Government, and this is just a case where city agencies throw something against the wall and hope something sticks. And saying you don't have jurisdiction is simply, it's either a confusion about saying, I don't know what the difference is between between jurisdiction and a violation, because I heard Mr. Smith keep saying there's no violation, but that's your decision, not his. And it's not the department's, it's this task force, and you can't decide that until you hear the evidence. So there's no issue about a violation. Question is, do you have jurisdiction? It's public records, and as has been said, you have jurisdiction. And they raised nothing that says you don't have jurisdiction, so I agree with the...
David Pilpel, I believe the task force should find jurisdiction in this matter. Thanks.
Call the question.
Mr. Young, can you please, there's no additional public comment. Mr. Young, can you please call the roll?
On the motion concerning jurisdiction, Nee?
Aye.
Aye. Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. West?
Aye.
West, aye. Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. There are 7 ayes and 0 noes.
So we have jurisdiction. We found jurisdiction. Can you please read the next item?
Item 14, hearing on complaint filed by Anonymous against the Planning Department for allegedly violating various sections of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Thank you. So the complainant will have 5 minutes and the respondent will have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. The Planning Department employees who are mentioned are Lulu Hong, Keith DeMartini, Tony DeSanto, Elizabeth Waddy, and John Rahim. One of the things that has happened when I wrote the very first letter to Richard Cooper requesting the documents, I received, they actually did deliver, which was very nice of them, this box that was extremely heavy, and my son had to lift it. And inside the box were like the EIRs, some agendas from the Planning Commission, a couple of those, and an incomplete development agreement. However, there was no CD in that box, absolutely none whatsoever. So when I do not have a computer at home, and this is why I had, and because of a disability that I am not going to disclose because it is my right under the HIPAA regulations, I requested the paper, the hard copy. And I mean, my goodness, and since that time, as you have a copy, you actually do have a copy of every letter that has transpired between us. And if there's one thing that has been consistent with the Planning Department in my entire experience is that they have decided not to give me the documents in hard copy. And even though there were attempts made, I did, along with the neighbor who's not here tonight and my son, I had them to go to the planning department to get the CD, and it was not given to them. So it's just, as you may have read all of these letters, and I was very puzzled because the development agreement, as earlier testimony has stated, has been an evolving document. And I could not understand why, when the California Public Record states under 6252F, writing means any handwriting, typewriting, printing, photostating, photographing, photocopying, transmitting by electronic mail or fax mail, and every other means of recording under the tangible thing any form of communications or representation, including letters, words, pictures, sounds, or symbols or combinations thereof, and any record thereby created, regardless of the manner in which the record has been stored. The planning department, regarding these documents, is the only department that has not released a hard copy for me in regards to my disability, the documents that pertain to Park Merced. I have sunshine other documents. I'm glad to say they know what it is, and they have released these documents. And here we are in January of 2012 when this began back in July. And it is only because they would never release these documents that I was forced to find out what sunshine actually means. So if it's disingenuous to say that the CD costs $0.25, because it costs them 45 cents to answer every letter that I write them. So if they really wanted me to have it, they would have put it in the box that they left outside of my door. There are a lot of documents that are in there that the public has never seen that were added, and I think they didn't want us to see them because they didn't want us to question them. So they have never wanted me to have these documents, and I truly believe that in doing so, this behavior has violated my state rights, my sunshine rights, and definitely I will look into my rights under the America with Disabilities Act. They are non-compliant, and it is disingenuous for them not to be here and answer these questions as to why they would not release me these documents.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of complainant?
Hello, members of the Sunshine Task Force. I'm actually going to briefly describe an experience I had in trying to acquire documents pertaining to Park Merced. I did go to the SF Planning Commission's office to retrieve these documents, and I was told to wait. I was told to wait for half an hour because a person who apparently knew most about these documents, the employees mentioned by the previous individual who spoke before me, were not in yet. And so one of them wasn't in yet. So I asked the secretary at the desk. She wouldn't tell me her name, so I don't know it, and they don't wear name tags there. For the documents pertaining to Park Merced, she didn't seem to know what they were. And long story short, she did not give them to me. She instead directed me to call those individuals, Lulu Wong, John Rahim, and the other person mentioned. I attempted to call John Rahim, but I was stonewalled by his secretary, Andrea. I attempted to call, I think a woman called Elizabeth, who directed me to call Lulu Wong, who said that everything was on the CD. I attempted to call Lulu Wong, but not only was she not in, I waited until even she was supposed to be in, but as it turns out, the intercom in her office apparently didn't work. The secretary that did not believe me and tried to condescendingly call her as well, and she discovered the same thing, that it also malfunctioned. My point about this is that in the end, I actually was given a CD, label Park Merced, but it completely had the wrong information and was unrelated to anything I had asked for. My point is that my experience with the Planning Department and Commission illustrates that they have been non-cooperative in releasing information to the public about this project, and that perplexed me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Task Force. I also had the same experience in trying to get CDs or written or paper documents. Lulu Wong, when she did send some discs, they were late, and when one of the other neighbors who had a computer went through them for me, said that they had nothing on them. None of the discs referred to any of the things we had asked for, so they were useless. And trying to get in touch with her to get the proper things was virtually impossible. Thank you.
Is there anyone else to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Seeing none, respondent will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Brian Smith, Planning Department Director of IT and Operations and Custodian of Record. You know, in the interest of time, again, you've heard what I've had to say. Numerous efforts have been made to help the anonymous with these records. We've certainly been respondent in collecting them when asked in all these various emails. And to back up to the very beginning, what started this whole thing was a request from Rick Cooper that you can see in your correspondence there for the EIR information. And so what happened was when we got that request from operations, we thought it was going to one of the planning commissioners. Thus, the reason why a box of EIR on Park Merced got shipped to Anonymous's address for her to pick up free of charge. Since that, I think she thought she was entitled to get all of the documents free of charge. And then that was when the subsequent requests were made, and the subsequent requests from us were made that they would need to be paid for at 10 cents per page if we were going to print them off. And if she wanted them mailed, she would also have to pay postage. Again, through all the emails that you have, the correspondence, the last request that was made from my finance manager was that Anonymous wanted an exemption for the fee, and that the fee of $347 should be waived due to a financial hardship request. We sent Anonymous, mailed the letter to Anonymous to fill out the requirements for that hardship and to send them back for us so there is proof for that hardship so we could waive the fee. The planning department never received that information and is still waiting to. If there is adequate information for that hardship, then we would certainly pay for the printing of the documents and send them to Anonymous. Again, we have not received that hardship waiver back. Like I had said earlier, all the files that were requested are on a CD. It's about 650 megabytes. I know it could be fairly lengthy to look at all those files and go through them, but the breadth of the request, as you can see, is for all of the documents. So we complied. We created a CD, and as you can tell, someone did stop by and pick it up. I guess didn't like what they saw and figured that they were not the right files, but I can assure you they are. I do have another copy of that CD, like I said, and I'm willing to waive that 25-cent charge and give that to Anonymous today, and they can go through that. And if they have an initial request, they can certainly make that. And but to date, all of the documents requested have been complied with on our end. They just have not been picked up by Anonymous.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Mr. Smith, I have a quick question. Is the final development agreement signed? And
the final development agreement is signed, and it is available on our website.
Where is it at?
Along with all the versions.
Where is it at on the website?
sfplanning.org is the website.
I couldn't find it.
No?
Can you?
And then if you go to Park Merced.
It has June 6th, 2011. But I'm not sure if I'm looking in the right place. Member Costa is going to look too. It was like June, and he's going to look too. It was June 6th was the last one. It's not signed because the mayor didn't sign it till June 9th. But we'll see if they can sign it. I just wanted to, if it's not on there, you guys will post it on there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and it should be there. It may be in a different location when it's signed.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that. I tried to look
that.
for it. Maybe they can find it.
And the signed
It's planning department. It's SFGov.
Planning
And then you go to Park Merced. There's a section up at the top along the bar that says like projects. It's sort of off to
correct.
the left. Although I don't know what it will look like on your phone. Member name. And while they're looking, they may ask questions of other people.
Question for the respondent and perhaps the complainant. In Ms. Wang's letter to the complainant, dated July 13th, 2011, talks about a charge of this. I guess this is for printed copies, 10 cents per side of each black and white copy. And my question is: were the copies provided? Were they double-sided?
They could be, and if they're printed, they would be, yes.
Well, okay. The reason I ask is that under 67.21 of the Sunshine Ordinance, the maximum is 10 cents per page, not 10 cents per side. So I'm wondering if there might have been an overcharge there.
Are you sure it's 10 cents per, not per printed side?
10 cents per page is what it says in the ordinance. Section 67.21 B or C. Wait a minute.
Yeah, and for conservation, we generally print everything double-sided
Okay.
internally.
67.21. 6721A and 6728. 6721 A, every person having custody of any public record or public information as defined herein shall at normal times and during normal and reasonable hours of operation without unreasonable delay and without requiring an appointment permit the public record or any segregable portion of a public record to be inspected and examined by any person and shall furnish one copy thereof upon payment of a reasonable copying charge not to exceed the lesser of the actual cost or 10 cents per page. That's section 6721A. Section 67.28, fees for duplication. C, for documents assembled and copied to the order of the requester, unless a special fee has been established pursuant to subdivision D, which talks about itemization, a fee not to exceed 10 cents per page may be charged plus any postage.
And the amount of the pages that it states there is how many?
Well,
Doesn't it say 3,500 pages?
I think it says something like
So we're at
$34.70.
$347, which is about 10 cents per page plus postage.
Yeah.
So we're there.
Thank you.
Member Costa.
Did you inform the complainant that they could come in and view the records for no charge?
Absolutely.
I will just say that in the legal field where I make copies all the time, the vendors charge per side.
per side.
Yeah. I mean, that's a standard. I'm just saying that's a standard. Page means a side of a page to them. I don't know if that's the same here, but Member Washburn.
Actually, 6728D, Member Nee read part of it, but there's another sentence that says the cost per page impressions shall include the following costs: 1 sheet of paper, 1 duplication cycle of the copying machine in terms of toner and other specifically identified operation or maintenance factors. So that would seem to imply per side.
Per side. If the complainant could you, I have a question for the complainant. It's kind of complicated, all the different steps that you had to go through. If you could sort of guide us a little bit let's start just in the beginning, just at the end where we are right now. Right now, they're saying they have all the documents, and what you're saying is that you want them in hard copy, and that under a hardship waiver. That's where we're at right now. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay, so and if we could just quickly go through your different record requests. There's a number of back and forth correspondence. Do you feel that like you initially requested documents, I think on May 14th, when that back and forth happened? I know that there was at some point after that you said, well, the 14 pages of amendments that David Chu introduced are not here. Is that?
That is the beginning.
And so then that is when the planning department sent you to somebody else to find those 14 pages of amendments. That's part.
Yes, they sent me to the controller's office, and I apologize if it's not with you. I don't have it with me. But it's also a part of the Sunshine Ordinance. I would need one to look at it. Any document that has already been in a public meeting or was printed for a public meeting, since the amount is not to exceed 1 penny. So there is a high probability that many of these documents that I have requested have been a part of multiple agendas for the Planning Commission, possibly the Board of Supervisors, and if so, under the law, they are only supposed to cost at print 1 cent. So I think it is also disingenuous for the respondent to say that they have a CD. As I stated earlier, they dropped a box off in front of my home. If they wanted me to have the CD, it would have been inside the box. They went through all of that, as I said, and it's not something that I am going to bring before you, but there have been several amendments to the development agreement, and many other things have been added since May 24th. And they have just not given, as you can see in my written dialogue with them, that they have not released the documents that I think that I am entitled to under the law. And here we are in January when this began back in May. It is disingenuous to say that they want me to have these documents when they would not have. And for them to continue to respond, as I said, a stamp, not counting the cost of the paper and the envelope, is 44 cents. They would have sent a CD, but I do not have a computer, so I cannot read it on a computer. Otherwise, I would have taken the CD. As my son has already stated, when he went there, they didn't give him the CD. They have been consistent in this one thing, not giving me these documents because they didn't want to, and they violated my rights as a citizen and resident of California.
DCA 3.
I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to have to leave soon, so if you have questions or discussion that you would like to direct to me, I can stay for that. But if you do, please let me know.
I do have one question that I know I will have, and that is that the dispute that they're having about the hard copies and the hardship fee. What is our, as the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, where does that fall within the Sunshine Ordinance? Oh, is that something that we need to talk to the Mayor's Office of Disability about?
Well, the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't have requirements on that, and that's why when the Planning Commission, the Planning Department talks about where they have the authority to reduce fees, they point to another provision in another ordinance. The Sunshine Ordinance provisions having to do with fees is relatively simple. It's 10 cents per page. The complainant is correct that if there has been a meeting of a policy body where they considered documents as a part of a presentation on that agenda item, then if you make a request to that policy body, they have to provide them to you at 1 cent per page.
Can you give
Does that-
what's the provision, please?
It's 67.9
Thank you.
E.
Thank you.
In
Does
terms of the hardship claim and its relationship to ADA, ADA is a different consideration than whether you have a financial hardship. So without the complainant linking those two things, I'm not sure I see the linkage. I haven't heard anything that suggests there's a linkage, but the fact that one has a disability does not make one entitled to a reduced cost for something.
Okay, so that answers that. Well, I know. Wait, past. I'm sorry. Wait. We have to have some kind of order, and so I'm just trying to get a grasp on where the dispute would go if we don't have it. Now, this idea of there being a 1 cent charge. My one other question before you leave is, all of these documents, there's tons of them, and there's been years of meetings. Now, I know that when you click on the development agreement, there's this, relative to like what we've been looking at, the land use committee. So that since that's been before a policy body, that would be 1 cent per page.
Yes.
So, but we would have to make sure of the different documents if they've been before a policy body.
Well, the request would have to go to the policy body for the 1 cent per page to apply to it.
So
if,
it doesn't
for instance,
count if she asks the planning department, it has to be the policy body?
It depends. If the planning commission considered those documents, then it would be appropriate that the 1 cent charge would apply to the documents considered by the planning commission.
So does the planning commission we know land use saw some of them and they're a policy body.
Correct.
So that would be 1 cent. But if she were to ask the land use committee and they referred her to planning, what does that do to the 1 cent?
Well, the request goes to the policy body, and the policy body is charged with fulfilling the request. If it was before the land use committee and the documents were considered there, then the board of supervisors has copies of those documents and they can provide them. They don't need to refer her to planning for those documents.
But what if they don't? Like, we had a couple of things where Ellsburn, like Sean Ellsburn, Supervisor Ellsburn, told us that he relies sometimes on, he can't keep every single document. So he relies on the different departments or the clerk.
I don't think we're talking about that situation.
Okay.
But,
Okay. If it comes up, it'll be different. Did you find the...
I did find it, but I don't see any signatures on it.
Well, that's not the final then, so you did not find it.
It's dated June 3rd, is being updated.
Well, the mayor didn't sign it till June 9th, so that's not the final document.
Then it's
so you
not
did
on the
not find it.
It's not on the website.
So we would like to have that under the Park Merced section of the because I mean, Bruce and Member Wolf and Member Costa are pretty IT literate, and I couldn't find it, and I looked for a really long time. So it would be great if it was somewhere where we could access it with ease, you know, logically. PillPal's going to look too.
Better if they want to see.
So, Pastor Gavin, can you tell us at this point, is the dispute now over the cost and the hard copies?
The dispute is that they've had nearly half of a year to comply with this request. In addition to, I'm just one person making the request. As I stated in one of the letters, we have bilingual population, and we have a population whose disability is sight. So in addition, I stated that in one of my letters. I even stated it writing to City Attorney Dennis Herrera. So it is disingenuous for them to say, we can argue about 1 cent, 10 cents. They have not ever wanted to release the records. And the records, there are laws that govern the release of these public records, and I do believe and I think that they are in violation. And as you've read these letters, in all honesty, as I said, if they really had wanted me to have them, when they dropped the box off in front of my home, there would have been a CD inside. It's disingenuous to say I have a CD with me now, when if they wanted me to have it, they would have given it to me. My son and one of my neighbors did not get the CD. They just never wanted us to have this information because I think there are documents they didn't want us to question.
And you're okay. Is there any additional questions? Do we do rebuttal yet? Okay, so we are going to do the rebuttal, and the respondent will have 3 minutes, and then the complainant will have 3 minutes.
So again, Brian Smith, planning. So just to follow up on that train of thought was that she had requested the EIR, and that box was shipped to her. There was no request for all of the other documents until after that box arrived. So that's why the CD would not be in that box. That request was subsequent. As far as the 1 cent charge per page, as has been talked about, that is during the time frame that the commission is hearing those agenda items. You don't have indefinite to get 1 cent per page. It's during. I think a week before or a week after. I think there's like a time frame that it's 1 cent per page, so that you have access to that agenda item and can read up on it prior or just after it. But again, these documents fall outside of that. The agenda agreement may fall within it. You could be correct there. All the other documents are planning-related documents created by the planning department or in back and forth with consultants and other entities as well. So again, we have the documents. We're not trying to hide the documents. We want not just anonymous, but other people have asked for these documents and they've seen them. They've been certainly forthright in coming to examine them, or us FTPing them or sending a CD. It's the same with anonymous as well, but they never made that. It never materialized where they either paid for the documents or produced what we were talking about here, the hardship request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hong, Ms. Waddy. Ms. Waddy, I wrote to her originally because she was the record keeper of all of the Park Merced documents. That was her task. She was the one who had all of the Park Merced documents, I was told. And under whose authority are they to keep the documents from the people? I mean, I'm not going to, they could have given out the CDs when people paid rent. There are all kinds of ways they could have done this thing, but the fact remains that I needed the hard copy, and I asked for them. I politely asked for them. I asked many people. Mr. Romhe has never responded to me in writing. The only person who has responded is Ms. Hong, and on the letter that was signed by Ms. Hong, Mr. DeSanto, and Mr. DeMartini, I thought was truly scathing, because who are they to make a decision in regards to these documents that belong to the residents of San Francisco? I am a resident of San Francisco. As I've previously stated, I needed a hard copy. They did not consult with ADA coordinator to find out what to do, or even to make a call to the mayor's office on disability, or like, what do we do, or call you. So they've had nearly 6 or 7 months to release these documents, and I do believe that they are in violation for not having done so. And here are my summary for public record.
For your comments, or for what?
For my comments.
Member Costa? I'm sorry, were you done? I'm sorry.
So the respondent was representing that they informed you could come and view the documents at free of charge. Is that correct?
That's what they said.
Is that they said that to you? They let you know that? Or?
One of my visible disabilities is mobility, so that would not have helped me, because given where I live, and I only have access to public transportation, so that would not have helped me to go over there and to do that. And if I could just lastly say, one of the things where I began to just request all of the documents, because at the beginning of the Board of Supervisors meeting, Supervisor Ellsburn says that in the last 5 years, there have been over 200 meetings regarding Park Merced. And I am a new resident, and it was not disclosed to me. And I wanted to know, when did this all begin, because it was never disclosed. So that is why I asked for all of the documents, because I didn't know anything about this project, although they rented to me knowing they wanted to demolish.
I just want to clarify one last time. They did or did not make it clear to you that it was possible to view the documents for free?
They didn't. I don't recall. I'd have to look through the letters again, because it's been about 6 months. That I don't recall offhand. I'd have to sit here and look through the letters.
Okay, thank you. I also just wanted to clarify one quick point that the respondent was making, which I don't believe to be true, which is that there's some sort of time limit following a meeting in terms of making documents available that were included in the meeting for 1 cent per page. I don't think that there is any sort of time limit. Please correct me if I'm missing something.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Just to follow up on that, I'll go backwards. In 67.9E, just the first line, I'll just say it. A policy body may charge a duplication fee of 1 cent per page for a copy of a public record prepared for consideration at a public meeting. That's the basis of that. My question, in light of some of the things that were said during rebuttal, if I can ask Anonymous a quick question. I've been going through, and I've reviewed this case pretty thoroughly, and I thank you for the chronology you created and then all the documents that came with it. But going back to May 14th, which I am looking at that letter, but I don't see any I'm trying to find the letter that specifies what documents you're requesting, and if you could point me to it, I would greatly appreciate it, because your chronology only goes back to May 14th, and on page 102, that is that letter, and then everything moves on from there, so I really don't see the original request. Did you supply that to us, or do you have a copy?
There's
of
not
it?
just one though. There's a there's a,
I may not have. I may not have. If it's not that I wanted to withhold anything, if it's not here, as I said, and going back
It's
to
right
this
here.
time.
It's on page 102.
No, but that doesn't specify.
That's because there's not one letter that specifies it. They go back and forth. She asked, like on May 14th, she asked for something, and on 103 they respond. But like if you go and then there's a number of requests. There's not one letter with a bunch of them. So like on May.
But it doesn't specify.
On June 2nd, she asks for all of the documents regarding Park Merced.
Where? I'm reading the letter. I don't see where it says all the documents. I'm looking for a request.
Well, on June 2nd, she asked them for a mailing list, and then they respond on June 22nd and says, here are all the documents. We put you on a mailing list. Here are all the documents. And then on June 23rd, she asked to write and ask for David Chu's 14 pages of amendments. So then she's asking for the amendments. I don't know why they didn't send them to her on June 2nd.
And they never put me on the mailing list. I was never notified of other hearings, and they go all the way into late July in regards to Park Merced. So I didn't know about those either.
So it's kind of like a cumulative.
I understand, but I'm looking to see whether there were, I'm looking to see whether, well, first of all, because there's an allegation of lateness, of delay. So I'm trying to find, I'm having difficulty trying to find reference for that, except for where is it here? It's on page 79. It was June 2nd. Received a letter from Mr. Cooper acknowledging my letter sent on June 2nd. It states that my name will be added to the mailing list regarding Park Merced project. This is a 3-week delay in response to my letter. So the previous letter.
I'm not sure. I don't know if a request for be placed on a mailing list is a.
I wanted to see the letter because I don't know if that was the only thing that was requested. That's just a notation. So I'm not on necessarily a fact-finding mission here, but I'm
So
trying
you want the June
corroborate
2nd
what the complainant has stated in.
The June 2nd letter is on 105.
Yeah, I know. I read
Oh.
that. But I'm trying to corroborate that against a letter that she had sent.
The June 2nd letter at the very end asks for all information that pertains to the redevelopment of the project.
Tell me where.
Down, sorry,
The very last
last
sentence.
line.
What page is this on?
105.
Okay, all information that pertains to redevelopment project. Okay, so your contention is that the box that they sent you wasn't all the documents?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, could you approach the microphone, please?
So
Yes.
So Anonymous's contention is the box that she received from you did not contain all the documents. Is that correct?
It contained all the documents to her original request.
Her original request is
May 14th, I believe.
No, June 2nd. Well, it's subsequent to that, June 2nd.
June 2nd.
June 2nd, last line. And in the interim, send me all of the information via U.S. mail that pertains to the redevelopment of the project. Not specifying anything, just the entire project.
Okay, so your question again is?
Well, the question I have is she's stating that the box that she received was not all the documents.
But that was April, May. May is before June, right? So
Yes.
May 14th I mean, I have Rick Cooper's letter here. Do you want me to read it?
We have it in front of us.
So the first letter dated May 14th, right? Received on May 17th.
Yeah,
dated
she was
May
asking
31st.
to be properly informed in the May 14th letter. She's asking to be properly informed of, I mean, it's not. I can't read any specificity on the May 14th letter, so I'm going to then move over to the June 2nd letter. It's only 2 weeks later, because
Correct.
that's where a request is made. Anything that happens subsequent to the request is what I'm looking at. It's a timeline. So on June 2nd, she makes a request, albeit a response. I have no dispute that Mr. Cooper did not respond.
Mhm.
That's fine, no problem.
Yeah, there was no deadline or timeline stated or for the request.
That's the ordinance specifies that.
Correct.
So that's neither here nor there. It's not her responsibility. The question then becomes then on June 23rd on page 107. She said, thank you for sending the information.
Correct.
Okay, and then she asked for the additional 14 pages. Did you provide her with those?
No, not a printed copy.
How are they provided?
They would have been provided on the CD if she had come in for that. They would have been mailed to her for the price of the mailing and the copies. However, nothing was ever paid for, and she never came in to review them.
I get that. The question becomes here is timeliness of the documents, whether the documents were provided to her in a timely manner. Here she's dealing with a imminent situation of a decision that's being in the process of being made or not. She's asking for documents, and the ordinance requires it to be produced within a reasonable period of time. So if she asked for all the information and only part of it was given to her, then part of it was withheld. Then it's up to you to tell us why they were withheld. And if there's no reason why they were held, then there's a violation. If the reason is not satisfactory, then it's a violation.
But I'm telling you that the reason was that she didn't pay for the copies to be sent to her. She only wanted hard copies, and she only wanted them sent. Yet when we
But you
replied
sent her an entire box of documents at no charge. So that's what makes it hard for us to reconcile.
Well, so as I recall, she said she did get a copy of the agreement, but it was not the correct copy. Is that right? So a copy at that time was placed in the box, from my recollection.
I don't know. I'll have to ask
And
her.
EIRs, when they're in the midst of the commission hearing, provided by the sponsor and are given free, are not charged.
Okay, so
I'm sorry. The
Go ahead.
EIR was already approved. It was on appeal,
Okay?
so it wasn't in the midst of being decided. It was already decided. It was on appeal for 2 months.
Sure. So Rick Cooper had a copy, and he gave it to her for no charge.
okay.
But there's no place in here where she only asks for the EIR. On May 14th, the May 14th letter says that she wants access to all. I agree that there's not there was no request for a document, or at least I can understand why it wouldn't be construed, because she was asking for access on May 14th, but it says to all pertinent Park Merced documents.
On June 2nd, On June 2nd, it makes the request all.
Then on
pertinent.
June 2nd,
Yeah.
it does. So
And that, I think that's
where I'm
pretty
starting.
pretty strictly. I mean, pretty
Okay.
clearly asking for documents.
Yeah, May 14th is not a clear request as far in my opinion.
and then I'm curious if I know that there may have been, I don't know if there were there only, the complainant could just respond, but was your communications only by letter?
Only by
So-
letter, correct.
Okay, so I don't understand why the amendments, David Shu's amendments, wouldn't be sent to someone. Well, I don't know. It's a little bit hard because it says that on the June 22nd response on 106, they say that it's all the information the department distributed to the public.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's complete.
Right.
It could be partial. Maybe they didn't provide all pieces of information to
Well,
the
that's
public.
not what yeah, they might not have.
She asked for specifically on the page before, she specifically added in the last sentence, send me all of the information via U.S. mail that pertains to the redevelopment of the project. All.
So and then they sent only what they distributed to the public.
Right, and so the question then becomes, as a custodian of records, what was the index of those records? Was it all the records, or was there some records? Were you instructed to only provide the public with certain records and not other records?
No, we were not instructed to. Any public record that we had at the time, we would provide. When this was given to Rick Cooper, and as he
Question becomes,
puts
the
down
key word is
here-
public, though. What do you consider to be public, and what do you consider not to be public?
well, all public records. I mean, correspondence to the city attorney is basically the only thing that can be withheld.
Under certain situations.
Okay.
Otherwise, if it's an opinion not
Sure.
involved in a court case, I mean, if it's an opinion about Sunshine, then it's has to be made public.
Sure. We felt at the time when Rick Cooper sent the EIR information, and I don't have the contents of exactly what was sent with me right now,
Okay.
that we were complying with her request at that time. And even Rick, says that that they talked, I think, by phone, and she thanked him for the material.
Yeah,
and then goes on to make another request.
Yeah, I understand that, but let's get back to the detail. The detail is, as Rick Cooper states on page 106, in the middle of the paragraph, as per your request, attaches the information the department distributed to the public regarding the Park Merced project. Okay, the question becomes was if all that was delivered to her in that box is what is regarded here as the information the department distributed to the public. The question is if there's additional documents, what has been withheld and why?
Yeah, so we get back to the same thing that we started with. That information, the EIR information from Rick, when he says, I had copies of the EIR for the project, but did not have copies of other information pertaining to the development agreement for the project. So that other request got routed to another planner.
So he says here, as I noted in my previous letter, the certification of the Park Merced EIR was upheld, and the project was approved by the Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
So that document is now public.
Right. But again, we have to get back to the beginning here. The reason why the EIR would have been free regardless. We still would have given it to her for no charge. We would not have delivered it to her for no charge. We're not in the business of delivering all of the records to someone free of charge.
But
that was a mistake by the planning department to begin with. So you're trying to backtrack on a mistake that we made to make up for
but that
the difference in why she got that and why she didn't get the other one.
But
She didn't get the other material because she didn't pay or come to get it herself and make copies herself.
It's not necessarily inappropriate because the EIR was part of a legislative process. and to be considered in a legislative process. So it would cost a penny per page.
Okay, but we gave it to her for free.
Okay, so I'm still asking what the discrepancy is. Were there any documents? Because what I'm having problems following is she gets a box of documents. She gets the EIR.
She gets the EIR, basically.
She gets the 14 pages, and then now there's a CD with more stuff on it. Well, what's the more stuff? What's all that additional stuff that she didn't get before? And where did that come from? And where is that? And is it public or is it not public?
Of course it's public. I have it on a CD with me right here.
I understand that, but why wasn't it public before?
It was public.
It was public before when you sent her the box of the box of.
Absolutely, sure.
So why didn't she receive it then?
Because it didn't get, the only thing that got shipped by mistake was just one part of the request.
Ah, okay. That's what we haven't been hearing. Okay. All right.
Where did the notification come that the rest of that information would have to be paid for?
That the rest of it would have to be paid for by Lulu Huang.
Which letter or which piece of correspondence would that be?
I think it's in, I think it's 120. 120.
Okay.
Could I ask you a quick question about Mr. Cooper refers the complainant to Ms. Waddy to get the 14 pages of amendments.
Okay.
Can you explain to me the difference between Mr. Cooper and Ms. Waddy and why Mr. Cooper wouldn't have the 14 pages of amendments?
Sure. Planner Cooper is environmental impact report analyst for the planning department, so a different department, major environmental analysis. And then Liz Waddy is part of current planning. So they're different divisions within the planning department that deal with different things.
Thank you. Member Costa.
So even if the information that was originally sent, specifically the EIR, was sent by mistake, there should have been some sort of more timely notification, it seems to me, that the rest of the information would have to be paid for. If indeed that notification was made by Ms. Wong, that was on July 11th, and the original request was made on June 2nd.
Where's that list? I guess it's later.
So on July 11th, Ms. Wong sent a letter responding to anonymous July 7th request to Ms. Waddy. I have gathered all the material that you requested because it's close to 3,500 pages of material. They are all PDF electric format, and goes on to charge for the material.
We're missing one.
So I guess the question I'm asking is, it seems like there should have been a response before July 11th to the June 2nd request that was asking for all information pertaining to this development plan. Fine if you're making the argument that some of this information was withheld because it needed to be paid for, but when was that indicated to the person that was making the request in response to their June 2nd request?
Right. I mean, you have to remember we're dealing with snail mail, right? So, and with the issues of thinking that we've sent material by mistake, and then getting a letter back saying, that they want more phone calls with Mr. Cooper, and then to Ms. Waddy, and then to Ms. Wang, and then through me to try and coordinate what's actually happening. So if there was some time in between, that would account for it.
Can someone tell me when Mr. Rahim signed the development? What date
Director
did he
Rahim.
sign it?
Rahim, yeah.
Director Rahim signed I know Mayor signed it June 9th. I think the complainant has a copy. Does it have a date on it? We need you to speak into the mic if you're going to
There are signatures for June 9th and July 1st. The last person to sign it is July 1st.
Does it say when the director signed it? Or
Um,
can I look at it?
Yeah. Second page, second. It doesn't actually say.
This is she has a copy. The notary public says that John Rahim signed it on, what does that say? July 1st. Okay, so he signed it on July 1st, which is what I was looking for when I couldn't find it on the, and DCA 3 couldn't find it either, because he just put date on there. And then the letter asking for money for the copies is July 11th. Is that right?
That's
It is. Otherwise, I wouldn't. The July 11th. Here it is.
120.
Or 92. No, that's.
Well, it's 120.
Where?
And 120 and 123. It's July 11th and then July 13th. July 11th.
Oh.
July 11th states that the
So
CD.
those may have crossed. Their letters may have crossed. Member Washburn.
I'm looking at actually, our complainant has provided us with a timeline and a chart that I'm finding helpful in trying to wrap my tired brain around all of the documents and the timeline and so forth. And it's on pages 78 through 80 of our packet. And one of the principles of sunshine in voluminous requests is that the respondent produce documents as they are available and in a timely way as possible. And I think we have a problem with that here, and it involves those phantom 14 pages. Our complainant sent a fax to Mr. Cooper on June 23rd requesting those 14 pages, and a later letter that she sent to Ms. Waddy, which was never responded to. She again mentions the 14 pages. Those 14 pages are infamous and important, and I maintain that the planning department could have at least mailed her the 14 pages. You did not have to wait until you had bundled everything together on a CD that only cost 25 cents, but nevertheless was not really usable, accessible to the complainant. So I have a lot of problems with how that specific request was handled. And it was not responded to in a timely manner. It was never responded to. And I think there are several provisions of the ordinance that were violated here, at the minimum.
So when you say violated, even though they're just 14,
Point of order.
I was
The
always
respon- the res-
I was still here. I was never.
I wasn't
Moved away.
really asking.
But
for
you were not
questions.
being asked a question,
I
sir.
wasn't. I'm talking out loud and talking to my other members. Just sharing what I'm trying to understand this, and I'm seeing some problems here that I think are pretty discrete that we could grapple with.
Member Costa?
I agree with Member Washburn, and I think that and even more strongly than that, I think it's arguable that, or perhaps just in addition to that, I think it's arguable that those 14 pages should have been included in the response to the June 2nd request, or if not, some sort of indication made that payment would have to be made to receive them. I think that was actually the initial request. It was never really fully responded to either.
Right.
And I think that also independent of that is the question of whether it's legitimate for 10 cents a copy, 10 cents a page to be being charged here, or if, at least for some of them, particularly the 14 phantom pages, should be being charged 1 cent a page since they were part of a public meeting.
Right, I think this is pretty cut and dry.
I have one more
for
question.
starters.
Okay, I just have one more question. How did Mr. Cooper end up being the one that responded? Is the May 14th letter directed to Mr. Cooper? Yes?
Yes, it's on page 102,
It's all confusing.
and it's CC'd to the city attorney.
Complainant, could you I'm just curious how you ended up directing it to Mr. Cooper.
I think it's because I might have actually saw his name tag at a meeting, and then I was told that Elizabeth Waddy was the person in charge of all of the Park Merced documents, and if my memory serves me correctly, I think Miss Waddy was away on vacation or something when the first initial letters went out, and that might be also why I addressed them to Mr. Cooper. But I know there is one point in there where she was away on vacation, and she's the only one who had all of the information about the Park Merced documents.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Member Washburn, did you?
No, I'm just trying to find a piece of this that we can wrap our heads around, and I think this one is. I think this one is discreet and obvious. What happened? I mean, there's an obvious violation here, in my mind. Here's a particular sensitive, political piece of, information that she's asking for that should have been given to her. I mean, the principle is information is sent to those who request it, can be sent out bit by bit as it's available. So there might be, in fact, documents that were put on that CD that could have been easily copied and mailed to her, too. But I wanted to start with the 14 pages since they're kind of the crux of the matter here.
I think it was 629, which is on page.
I didn't ask a question.
Madam Chair, I'm just
119.
my brain is kind of getting fuzzy with the late hour. Have we had rebuttals yet?
No. Oh, yes,
Yes,
we
we
have
did.
had
Okay.
rebuttal. I'm sorry.
No, these are later.
That was June 29th.
All of the correspondence is not in the packet. Is that correct? I was trying to find where you were referred to, where the complainant was referred to Ms. Waddy originally. I see the June 29th. Maybe it's in your
I
timeline.
believe I sent her something. Certified mail, and I CC'd it, or I did notify her.
Well, I was just trying to figure out when they told you to contact her. But that maybe, it doesn't look like it's in your timeline.
I think I found on page 117. There's a letter from Lulu Wong, and it states under.
These are too late, though.
I know, but there's a chronology. On July 5th, 2011, received a request from Elizabeth Waddy.
Yeah, but she's writing to Waddy on June 29th.
Okay. Oh, on June 29th.
I think it's just missing because there's a gap in the timeline
Yeah.
there, too. Request the Phantom 14.
No, that gap is there because I'm not familiar with Excel.
Oh, there's just not a letter there's no letter in here where it goes from Mr. Cooper and then you're writing to Ms. Waddy, but I was trying to figure out where the.
Oh, I see. Where I say she never responded to my letter.
I was trying to figure out where Mr. Cooper referred you to Ms. Waddy.
Oh, I see a letter from her. Oh, it's on October 5th. Yeah, I don't see any. All I see is chronology.
And that's a little bit hard because it's mail, so it's not immediate access, but okay, it's very complicated. I think we've gone through about as much of the chronology as we can get.
Letter, but
Point of order.
Well, because there's some places where they make a list of there was one list of documents that was not entirely clear.
108.
Yeah, but I don't. On June 29th. Okay. Member Costa?
I don't want to interrupt further deliberation, but maybe just in the spirit of moving things along, to me, it seems like this is a definite matter of 6721 A and B. Just in terms of response to the request. I don't know. I'm a little bit less clear on whether 67.9E.
You're saying 6721A
and B. 67.9E would also apply which would be the 1 cent per page provision. However, it seems to apply to policy bodies.
Yeah.
And so I'm not totally sure, and would be interested to hear about what people think with regard to whether it also applies here.
67.9E.
Yeah, E.
But you have to request them from the policy body.
Oh, right.
Perhaps it would be, hold on.
Whether or not distributed. I'm not sure about A21.
No? Why?
Where are you getting that?
maybe not a person.
I think that they
Without
did
it.
turn over some documents.
Without unreasonable delay.
And I'm not sure that there was. They did turn over documents. They did. Where you?
Every person having custody of any public record, as defined herein, shall at normal times, without unreasonable delay and without requiring an appointment, permit the public record or any separable portion to be inspected and examined by the person, and shall furnish one copy thereof upon payment. I mean, there was an unreasonable delay.
Well, they did have to refer her to a different part of the department, which they did do.
But it was a month later. She made the request. She made the request on. Let's see, what was this? Oh no, she made the request on June 23rd, and then she made it again on June 29th because she got no response with regards to those 14 pages.
She never got them.
She still doesn't have them.
Right. So that's it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, the only other thing that, and I don't know that unless we get an index of records of what was delivered originally versus what was fully available publicly at that time, as far as the request for all information back in the beginning of June. I'm not, unless somebody wants to go down that road, I'm not necessarily interested. If you want to, we could do it at compliance amendments and bring them back to do that. It's up to you.
So, are you making a motion, Member Costa? Were you in the middle of?
Sure, unless anybody else had any further discussion on other
We either
points.
have to make a motion or not now.
Okay. I move to find violation of 6721A and B.
He's not done.
Oh, I was done.
No, you were not. 6721A?
And B, I said.
A and B.
I don't have another one. Oh, sorry. And refer to compliance and amendments? Is that what? I don't know.
Well, is that what you were thinking, Member Washburn?
Well, sure. I mean, she still hasn't gotten her documents, so we would want to see it in compliance amendments to see if the order's been complied with.
Right, but she hasn't paid the fee.
Well, but I think we're saying there are some of these records that she wouldn't have to.
She has to request them from the policy body for it to be the one sent.
I think it's on timeliness here first.
Right.
Let's take
So
up
A and
timeliness.
B is not, okay.
We can deal with the payments in a second part, but deal with timeliness first. Because that's really the crux of the matter here is, did she get the documents was the time excessive between the request and the receipt of the documents? That's all that needs to be determined right now.
Has there been a second?
I'm happy to second the motion.
Well,
I don't think the motion's been fully formed yet.
Yeah, I thought he finished, but.
So 6721A for what portion? We need to be very specific. It cannot be vague. Are you saying only for the 14 pages? Are you saying for... Because otherwise it might be immediacy of... No, that's an IR.
Yeah,
idea.
I mean, I think, I
Or
still... my personal feeling is there was an original request made on the 2nd of June for all information pertaining to this issue, this development project.
Okay, so
and that only a certain amount of information was returned, and there was no response justifying why other information wasn't included in their return. So certainly the 14 pages, it turns out, is what the complainant is most interested in. So we can hang it on that if you want, but I think that there was also a lot of other information that was not returned.
So wouldn't that be 6726?
For just a failure of
withholding kept to a minimum?
I think that could be added on, but I do think that there's a timeliness issue here, which is 6721A and B.
Okay. So for not turning over all of the documents, which includes the 14 pages.
6725D address. I'm sorry. 6725D addresses the principle of supplying the records in an incremental or rolling basis that I think is applicable here.
Okay, so maybe as opposed to 6726.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
All right, so your motion is 6721A and B, and Suzanne Monet seconded it. Does member Washburn want to make a friendly amendment to add her 6721D?
Yes.
25D.
25D.
I'm sorry, 25D. Sorry about that. Does the second accept?
Yes.
Maker
Does
accepts.
the maker accept?
With the recommendation to forward on to Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Does the task force have any, is anybody going to address the payment of fees, or do you want to do that separately? Because there's going to be, there's going to be a dispute that the Compliance and Amendments Committee is going to have to address in some way related to the fees. So
Question
to send
is-
it to Compliance and Amendments, at this particular point, we can find a violation, but to send it to Compliance and Amendments for them to comply, they're going to have to come to some agreement on the fees. Member Nee.
Yeah, just a suggestion. If we do not find a violation on the fee question, we could still include it in the order of determination.
Well, it's not really about a violation of the fees, because in order for they didn't really violate it. The 1 cent, she has to request them from the policy body. But the idea is that she needs to get the documents. He's got the documents on a disk, and she wants hard copies. So when it comes to Compliance and Amendments, if they still have that argument, it's not going to be complied with.
Let's also not forget that she was sent a waiver under a earlier administrative code that has not been returned yet either. So they're willing to waive the fee. Her contention is that that's not valid, because it should be contained under the 1 cent portion, but that only applies to policy bodies. It doesn't apply to departments.
So, Member Costa, I would like to ask the complainant if she is willing to comply with the planning department's process for the fees, for the waiver of the fees. They sent you some information about how to waive those fees.
My rights are violated under the Americans with Disability Act, and that is why I did not fill out the fee waiver, because I have Sunshine other departments, and they have complied, and they have just, I contend, they've just never wanted to give me the documents.
So we do not have jurisdiction over the rules about ADA. I mean, there's nothing, obviously there are significant and very serious rules about that. And so our as DCA 3 pointed out, the ordinance doesn't necessarily address it. Are you willing to discuss this with the Mayor's Office of Disability or whoever the disability coordinator is for the planning department?
It is to my understanding that each city department has an ADA coordinator. And as that is written in my letter, if they had any reservations, they could have also contacted the mayors on disability. I already know they're in violation of that law.
Well, what I'm trying to find out now is if it comes to a point where they have a CD for you, but you want the hard copies.
I cannot read the CD, Chairwoman Hope.
So what I'm trying to figure out is a resolution that you're willing to pursue. Yes, they could contact their ADA coordinator, but are you willing to pursue that? Because we don't have jurisdiction over there.
I understand what you're saying there in regards to that issue. I clearly understand that.
So because what's going to happen is we're going to vote on this motion, and should the motion pass, it'll go to compliance and amendments. But when it comes to compliance and amendments, they're going to ask, did you get the documents? And planning department is going to say, we have them on a CD. And you're going to say, I want hard copy. And we're going to be right back where we are here. So I'm trying to come up with some sort of path that can be taken in the meantime.
I will not relinquish my rights under the Americans with Disabilities Act. I cannot read the CD. And they've had 7 months to give them to me.
Okay, but that doesn't answer my question about how we cannot.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, I just want you to know that when it comes before compliance and amendments, that the task force can't enforce the ADA.
I understand that.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can't enforce this either, but we do have, it's our jurisdiction to sort of qualify this, which is that it should be the responsibility of this custodian of records to point the requester of these documents in the direction of the policy body where she could get them for 1 cent. No?
No, I disagree. I think that's pushing it a little tiny. I mean, I agree that there's some stuff, but I think it's pushing it too far to go quite that. You can direct them to where the documents are, but I mean, you would be asking the planning department to go through every policy body that's ever heard every single document, and I think that's because the issue here is, with the planning department and
they could at least point them in the direction of the committee.
Well,
where
did you know that existed before DCA 3 said it, or before it was actually the complainant?
But what I'm saying is if this might be an avenue by which the complainant can get the documents that she wants for.
It is, but the planning department is responsible for knowing where the documents are, not for knowing where the cheapest documents are.
Right. So we're talking about two separate things now, though. One is the violations at hand, which I think we agree on, and another is compliance and actually getting the complainant the documents that she's looking for.
Right.
Documents are available. The question now is she going to be able to get them? Our question is, one, is there a violation of a timeliness? That's what we're trying to deal with here. What's going to come later is whether she got the documents or not. If she didn't get the documents because of an ADA issue, it's of no consequence to us. Our job is done. She's going to have to go to some other body to deal with the ADA issue. But as far as we're going to be concerned at that point, if it comes to pass, that the compliance would have been met.
Correct, and I'm pointing out that at that point, another way that we can help her is by saying she can go get those documents for 1 cent a copy from the committee in which they were heard in a public meeting.
Policy body.
Yes.
Keyword, policy
body.
I just wanted to make sure that, that everybody was on the same page, that we can't enforce the ADA here. And when it goes to compliance and amendments, it doesn't suddenly mean you're going to magically get rid of that particular issue. So I just want to make sure, because when we write the order of determination, we can't just say we're ordering you to produce the documents, because that's cuckoo, because they have them and they're saying that we need the money for them. And for me to just say, well, we order you to produce them is nonsensical, knowing what we know. And so I'm trying to come to a true resolution or a pathway that would at least result in some kind of reasonable resolution. But we're all on the same page, and I think Vice Chair Wolf said it pretty succinctly. Member Washburn.
Well, going back to the idea of some records can be produced, some small records could be produced in paper form. On the rolling basis idea, the 14 pages, for example. I don't know, could we, if it's part of the order of determination, suggest that those documents, for example, be produced in paper form?
Yeah, but not for free.
Well, no, but that's only 14 pages. It's not 340-some pages. I don't know. I'm just trying to carve out something reasonable.
I'm just saying that the issue of the documents will exist, and of course that you can also review the documents in person. So there are options that the.
Can we move the motion?
I wanted to ask. I want to ask one more thing. In the California Public Records Act, if you go, you might not have. In DCA 3's instructional memo on page 13, he emailed it to us. It's not a part of the packet. 6253 D says that nothing in the it allows 6253A allows payment of fees under the California Public Records Act, the cost of duplication. 6753E says that they can adopt requirements that allow for faster, more efficient, or greater access. So this is about copying the duplication. 6253D says that nothing in the chapter shall be construed to permit an agency to delay or obstruct the inspection or copying of public records. The notification of denial of any request for records required by 6255 shall set forth the names and titles. Well, it's not under 6255, so it doesn't matter. And I didn't know if that would address your concern about delay, or if you feel like 6726 covers.
I don't know.
I mean, 6725D covers it.
I think we're probably fine then. I think we should hear public comment on this.
Okay, so the motion is 6721A and B and 6725D. Is there public comment on the motion?
6726.
No, we took that out.
Oh.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I would like you to consider adding 6721C for failure to provide assistance. She has been directed to seemingly every person in that department. She has been sent hither and yon, up and down, backward and forward. Letters have gone back and forth. And the Marines used an expression when I was in the service, kill them all, let God sort it out. And this whole thing really evokes memories of the Ellen Tsang case, which was, again, the planning department. And their idea seems to be, let's make this as difficult as possible and let Sunshine sort it out. Let them figure out what this mess is. At some point, a person in that department should have taken responsibility and said, look, our staff is spending immense amounts of time and energy going backward and forward and writing letters and having responses and doing this and going to hearings and all that. Wouldn't it make sense for one of us to just sit down and say, look, If you want these for a cheaper price, you can get them through the commission. If you want these, we can give them to you. We can give them to you on a disc. We can give them to you this way. We can give them to you that way. And at no time have I seen any indication that they were in any way willing to just say, come in, let's sit down, let's talk about it, let's figure out how we can get you what you want, which you're entitled to under the law, without us having to go through and you having to go through all of this hair pulling and gnashing of teeth. And they have not done that. They have come here with you at the very last minute, like they always do, and say, now that we're here and we're in danger of being found in violation, here's the documents. They've had 6 months to produce the documents. And they didn't give anything. They didn't say, well, here's a little bit, and here's some. We'll give you some more later, or anything else. It was all or none. $347. We're not going to differentiate between 1 cent a page and 10 cents a page, even though that we know there is a differentiation. So basically, I didn't see them give any assistance in this process at all. They have come here to you and said, you sort it out. And that's what you've been spending the last, hour doing? Sorting out their mess for them. And unless you send a message that they're the ones who are supposed to sort it out, not have the public have to come here and bring it to you and not make you sort it out, this is just going to happen with the planning department again and again. And I'll mention this for one reason, is that in the years I've been coming to Sunshine, I see certain departments are never here. Have you ever seen the assessor's office here? No, because you walk in there and you say, give me something, they give it to you. And there's a fee, and they charge you the fee, and you walk away. But planning, no. It's go over here, it's over there. You can talk to this person, talk to that person. Oh, you want it for this? Talk to the mayor's office of this or the mayor's office of that. No assistance at all.
David Pilpel, once we're done with this, there are 6 other matters on the calendar. You're losing people in the audience, and you may want to take a moment to prioritize what's still happening after this. With respect to the item before you, I would respectfully suggest that there's been no violation by the planning department. I believe from the testimony that's been offered that they went not just to what was required, but above and beyond to compile information, to go back and forth with the requester, provided the EIR material that was available, referred the requester to other planners, compiled information, made it available on a CD. I don't know if that was scanned into a PDF or if the documents already existed as a PDF and were simply compiled, have made that CD available, been willing to waive the nominal fee for that CD. But it sounds like what planning is not willing to do is to waive the 10 cent a page fee, which adds up to $347, because to do so would invite anyone else ever requesting a document from planning to not fill out a fee waiver and to essentially find that fees don't matter at the planning department, and planning is not seemingly in a position to do that, and with some good reason. So if the complainant slash requester is not willing to make a fee waiver request, I don't see that you've got a basis to find a violation. As further on the 67.25D matter, that says if so requested in the law, and I don't know that the request asked for such documents on a rolling basis. So you may wish to check that before finding such a violation. And I agree with the comments that were made by your chair that you're going to be in the exact same position when it comes to compliance if the complainant is not willing to make the fee waiver request. The issues with regard to ADA, as I understand them, require reasonable accommodation. They do not require a waiver of fees, and it sounds like planning might be willing, for example, to make the famous 14 pages available in hard copy tomorrow or immediately and mail them to the complainant. But as to the other 3,470 pages, it does not seem reasonable to me for us to just waive those fees and make, pages and pages of these documents available at no fee, because it invites everyone else to do so and makes a mockery of the fee provisions that are in state law and were passed by the public in Prop G. So, unless you have questions, thank you.
Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. And the matter is back with the task force. Is there additional discussion?
Well, I do just want to clarify one thing very quickly, which is that the motion is not to make any sort of judgment of violation based on charging fees in and of itself. It was the timeliness of the response. If it was made clear right off the bat that fees would have had to be paid to attain the documents that were requested, I think we would be looking at a different situation.
Mr. Young, can you please call the roll on the motion?
We did get public.
Yes. Yes.
On the motion, Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Manny.
Aye.
Manny, aye. Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Costa.
Aye.
Costa, aye. Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. West.
Aye.
West, aye. Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. There are 7 ayes, 0 noes.
So the motion passes, and it is referred to compliance and amendments. Okay, we have very limited time, and I would really like to get to the next complaint, 11075, if Anonymous is willing, because Supervisor Wiener's assistant has been here for so long, and I don't want to ask her to come again. Is it something that you can do now, or can you come to the mic, because I can't?
I truly appreciate all of the time that you have taken tonight, but I'm not up to going any further. But thank you all very much.
Madam Chair.
Member Nee.
I think it's also a good idea to ask if in the items remaining before us, are there any complainants or respondents who feel uncomfortable with their case being heard tonight without one of our attorneys present? Mr. Snyder, Member Snyder is not here. Mr. Threed has had to leave. We're basically without an attorney right now in the room, with due respect to the chair's own paralegal expertise. But I think it's a good idea to ask if any of the complainants or respondents would be uncomfortable going forward tonight without an attorney present.
I have a point of order. The Anonymous wants to continue the complaint in 11075, but we didn't ask the respondent. What is the standard practice for the...
I believe the standard practice in this case would be to query both sides.
Is the respondent willing to continue the item?
Sure.
That's very nice of you. Thank you. Okay, so is anybody here from 11082? So that's the Anonymous versus Caroline Salai of the SFMTA. And I know Mr. Hartz is here, and I know that DPW is here, and Mr. Nyman is still here.
City attorney.
They're not here.
11089.
Does I think that's everybody. Does Mr. Nyman or the DPW have an objection to proceeding without the DCA present or a member attorney present? There is no, we do. Our deputy city attorney is not present, and our attorney member is not present. Do you have an objection to going forward without them present?
If we can get it done tonight, I wouldn't mind.
Okay. So I would move that we continue 11082 because neither party is present. Is there?
Have we moved on 11075 yet?
No, but they both agreed to continue it.
Okay, so we don't need a motion?
We still need a
Do we
motion.
still need a motion? Okay. So
Move to continue items 15 and 16, file number 11075.
Second.
is there public comment on moving items 11075? Seeing none, can we do that without objection? So items 15 and 16 are continued. Is there a motion to continue 11082 items 17 and 18?
So move.
Second.
Is there public comment? Seeing none, can we continue those items without objection? So those items 17 and 18 are continued. Items 19 and 20 have been withdrawn. So can you please read item 21?
Item 21, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Lars Nyman against the Department of Public Works for allegedly failing to produce requested documents.
So move that we have jurisdiction.
Second.
Is there public comment on jurisdiction? Seeing none, the jurisdiction is back with the task force. Can we take the motion without objection? So it's seeing no objection, the motion passes and we find jurisdiction. Can you please read item 22?
Item 22, hearing on complaint filed by Lars Nyman against the Department of Public Works for allegedly failing to produce requested documents.
The complainant will have 5 minutes and then the respondent.
Good evening. This is about a project that the Department of Public Works was operating on the intersection of Montgomery and Alta Street in 2010 and 2011. And initially there was a decision made to cut down a tree in that intersection. And that decision was, the neighbors were notified by a notice placed on the tree. Later on, that decision was apparently changed to save the tree and do the work there. And this project went on for a long time, 4 or 5 months in 2010, 2011. And several of us neighbors started looking into some very strange decisions and why the project went on so long and why so much money was spent. So I have filed several requests with the Department of Public Works for information, and along those lines, there have been 5 Sunshine Ordinance violation complaints by me. Only two of which have gotten a case number with you guys. I don't know what has happened to the other 3 that I filed violations with, but only 2 have gotten case numbers. And the one that is up here tonight is my request for documents. Well, let's see here. So some of the information I managed to get out of Department of Public Works was that the project was initially approved for $107,000. Later on, that amount was changed to that the initial budget was $101,625. When I requested to see the budgets, then yet again the information was changed, and they were stated that the total cost of the project was $225,000. So then I requested information about the documents authorizing spending beyond the initial budget, and the response was that there are no such documents. And I request, including emails, any records whatsoever. There were no documents, no records about any authorization, approval of spending beyond the initial budget, which I thought was interesting, since the amount was spent on this project was twice the amount allegedly approved. So eventually, coming down to this request that I filed on 6th of October 2011 of Department of Public Works, that I requested any documents, including emails, meeting minutes, that actually approved or authorized the project itself. Because I found it strange that they don't have any documents whatsoever of cost overruns, no discussion whatsoever. And then so that was one document I requested, or one set of documents. The other set of documents was the approval or authorization of the initial budget for the project, spending the public money for this project. And I have not yet received any such documents from Department of Public Works. Their response was they reiterated the documents they had sent to me in other requests, but the documents I requested, the approval or authorization for the project, has not been sent to me. No documents that approved or authorized the spending of any public money has been sent to me. So that's why I filed the violation, because I requested documents, I've gotten none. That's it.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Seeing none, respondent will have 5 minutes. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you. And frankly, I'm with the Department of Public Works. Just to say, I've never met Mr. Nyman. I've never spoken to Mr. Nyman. I know Mr. Nyman has made requests to other members of our department, but I've been handling the public records requests when he submits them to me. So that's how I'm involved with this. So some of the facts or some of the allegations that Mr. Nyman presented, I don't have knowledge of. But I can speak to the public records request. He made a number of public records requests. I don't recall how many, but it's more than half a dozen. We responded accordingly. When we have documents, we have given documents to him. When we don't, we tell him we don't. And in some instances, we even tell him why we didn't have them. And one of the questions he asked was for authorization. Well, we don't have a document of who authorized it, but we informed him who did it, who made the authorization. We gave them the names of the people that made the authorizations. In another instance, he asked, where were the discussions? Well, the matter was discussed in the field at the construction site. We gave him the names of the people who was there, who made those decisions. And so, I mean, those are the kind of things we try to do for Mr. Nyman. At the very end, at the very last request, we invited him to come meet with those people that made those decisions to answer any questions that he had. He didn't accept my invitation to meet. So I don't know what else to do for Mr. Nyman, but this is what we've done.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Okay, seeing none, the matter is with the task force member name.
Mr. Lee, please. Please approach the microphone. Mr. Nyman is saying that he does not have any documents showing approval or authorization of the project or the initial budget. You're saying approval was given, that's correct?
That's correct.
How was it given? Verbally?
Verbally, yes. I don't know if it's verbal or not, but we know who made it, yes.
Well,
so it must have been verbal. I'm sorry, I'm very tired.
Okay, well, so are we. So,
yeah.
You know, we understand. Mm-hmm. It kind of boggles my mind that such a project, particularly given that kind of money, would go forward on just a verbal okay. I mean, what proof do we have that any kind of authorization was given absent a signature of somebody who has the power to make that authorization?
That's correct. So we told him who made those authorizations. We even told him who made the estimates, who made the initial estimate, why the initial estimate was incorrect and wrong, and why the cost went up. We even broke it down to him and told him what made, what categories of escalations, or we described each item that made it escalate and put a number to him and gave it to him and told him how it got there.
In writing? In document form?
Pardon?
In document form, you describe those things?
I believe so, yeah, in my
Okay.
emails to him.
Thank you. Mr. Nyman, please. You heard Mr. Lee say that you were told who gave the approval or approvals on the project. Did you attempt to contact those people?
I was told in previous requests that there, actually, I think he stated in one of his emails that the approval was verbal and that was made by Raymond Kong.
Okay.
I
And
did
you
not attempt to contact Raymond Kong, no. My request here is very specific. I want to see the documentation for this because I don't know if it's true or not. That one individual at the department made a approval of a $101,000 project to go forward. And I found it mind-boggling as well that when they exceed that cost and they go twice the amount, there are no discussions, no documents, no records, no meeting minutes, no emails about discussions about concerns about going over that.
understand, yeah, okay.
So later on, when I was told it was verbal by Raymond Kong, then I want to see it in writing. I want to see whatever the meeting it is, emails or the decision,
And
where and
did
how
you
that
make
decision
that
is made.
request? Did you make that request of Mr. Khan
Yes.
to see it in writing?
This is yes.
And what was his response when you asked him to show the approval with his signature on it, since he gave the approval?
I didn't use that verbiage. I have the request here. I believe that you probably have it there as well.
Well, but you did ask to see his approval in writing, to show you some kind of document proving that he had approved it?
I said, I'm requesting documents under the Sunshine Ordinance of the City of San Francisco. Any documents, including emails, meeting minutes, etc., that approves and/or authorizes the Montgomery Alta Street tree project. Any documents, including emails, meeting minutes, etc., that approves and/or authorizes the initial budget for the Montgomery Alta Street tree project.
Okay, but Mr. Khan was the one who gave the approval, and
Allegedly.
Allegedly, you contacted him and asked him to show you or send you a copy of the document that had his approval?
Yes, that was another set of interactions of emails we had earlier on.
And what was his, when you asked him for that?
Then I
excuse me. When you asked him for that document or those documents that proved his approval, that provided evidence of his approval, what was the response?
Does no such document exist?
Thank you.
Vice Chair Wolf.
Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Are all tree removals treated in the same way? All verbal documents, no paperwork?
No, this was not a bid out project. It was a project that was done in-house by
In-house?
employees.
When you all in-house, are they all done without documentation?
That I can't answer. I'm not part of that group that does these work. So
What group is that?
I don't know.
Okay,
That's why we invited him to meet with the group and said, you can ask all the questions to these people. In fact, I didn't even know he contacted Mr. Kong. So if he has, I didn't know about it.
Is Mr. Khan part of that group?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Nyman?
Yes.
Let me just, I may be repeating what Member Nee had said, but when you spoke to Mr. Khan, he said there was no documentation?
I think you misunderstood. I have never spoken to Mr. Kong or have any contact with Mr. Kong.
Have they?
The only time I heard Mr. Kong's name is through an email from Frank Lee.
Okay, have you availed yourself of making contact with any of the people that they have made available to you?
Initially, in my interaction with Department of Public Works, I sent a list of questions to Dadisi Najib, which I believe is the communication contact person for them. And then I was told that all public Sunshine Ordinance requests should go to Frank Lee. So therefore, I've explicitly been told by Dadisi Najib and Frank Lee himself to contact only him for public records requests.
When you first started this out, you contacted who first?
Dadisi Najib, back in April of 12th of April, I sent her an email to her.
And what is his title or her title?
I believe she is communications, not director, but communication.
For Department of Public
Public
Works?
Relations or something like that.
For the Department of Public Works?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you come across to contact that person?
I met her on the street on Alta Street when she was putting out notices on cars' windshields.
Okay.
And I went out and talked to her and I asked her questions about the project because it was just ridiculous what was going on there. And she told me, she invited me to. She said, "Great, I can't answer all these questions but please send them to me, and I'll get you answers." So I sent her a list of questions. And she said, "Great, I'll get back to you by the end of the week." And I never heard back from her. So I asked her, again, sent another email.
When was that? And when was that? How long after?
So I sent her questions initially 12th of April. And she said, and her response on 12th of April, a response for you by the end of the week. And I didn't get any answers. So I emailed her back the 21st of April and asked her, will answers be forthcoming? And she said, you can expect a response by next week. That was 21st of April from Dadisi Najib. I didn't get any answers. The 1st of May, I emailed her again and asked her, do I get any answers? And she responded the 2nd of May, and her response I will have a response for you soon. So then I emailed her back and asking her to define what soon meant. And I never heard back from her. So the 25th of May, I emailed her again and asking for answer, if I was going to get any answers. And I never heard back from her. So 9th of June, I filed a violation with the task force, Sunshine Ordinance violation. Unfortunately, I didn't get a case number, and nothing happened with that. Well, something happened because 14th of June, Dadisi Najib emailed me with some answers, stating, among other things, that the cost was $107,500 for that project, which turned out was incorrect. And Frank Lee responded to me on 15th of June with various things, and so on. And it had kept going on and on.
Let me
We're
ask.
almost out of time, and can I ask one question to Mr. Lee? We have 15 minutes. Mr. Lee, does DPW use work orders when they escalate a project, like MTA does, or any of the other departments in the city? I know you said it's not on contract, so it might be different, but...
Yes, we do something, but I don't know the specific. I'm not part of that group that...
if somebody requests documents related to the cost of a project, how would you know whether to look for a work order?
We would pull out... what do we do? What did we do? We had some documentation that we used to find out which employees worked on which day at the site, and we pulled those out and we just calculated it that way. We added all those together.
Is that because this is a project that's in-house?
Yes.
How did they determine that there was some work that needed to be done at Montgomery and Alta Street?
Excuse me?
How did they determine that there was some project that needed to be done at Montgomery and Alta Street to a tree?
I wouldn't have that answer. I wouldn't know.
So there's no documentation. How do you, when Mr. Nyman asks for all the documents related to the project, if you don't know whether those documents exist, how do you go to look for
He didn't ask how it was started.
He asked for the approval of the escalation, and if not, since you didn't have that,
Okay.
do we have the initial approval, the approval or the authorization of the project or the initial budget?
Okay, let's back up. I have an outline of here of how it got to me, okay? Yes, he did contact the DC Najib in the beginning when the project, I don't know how early on it went, and asked her probably a dozen questions. The DC then asked me whether those were public records requests or not, and I reviewed those. Mr. Nyman did not invoke the Sunshine Ordinance or the Public Records Act at that time. He just posed 12 questions. And one of the questions was for a copy of a notice for tree removal. And then the other one was how many supporting letters or comments that we received regarding that tree removal notice. So we looked at it and said, just please, the DC, just answer the gentleman. Okay. To my knowledge, afterwards, we found out the DC never answered Mr. Nyman. So right there, I jumped in and said, let's give him the documents and let's give it to him. Just answer him and give it to him. So that's what we did. We gave him the documents. That was the tree notice and the 14 letters that we received. Okay, that's how it started.
But how did you get those? Why was a notice of tree removal posted?
I don't know.
So we don't know how the project was started.
I don't know why the tree was posted.
Who did you give him the name of were one of the names that you provided to Mr. Nyman a person who would have started the project or who may have knowledge about who would have started the project?
I have no idea, but I'm sorry. I'm not part of the project team. I'm here to.
I understand that, but what I'm trying to figure out is when someone asks you, if I make a request tomorrow, if I make a request tonight, and you guys get it tomorrow for why that notice of tree, why was this project started? How would you, as the custodian of records, how would you look for that?
Well, since now I know Ramon Kong was the one that authorized this, I would go over there and ask Ramon how did this start.
But that wasn't done here.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like how do we do a lot of projects? It could be a complaint. It could be like a pothole. Maybe the pothole formed and we needed to go in there and fix it.
But there must be some.
I don't know.
There must be some report of the pothole. Like I used to work at AT&T in-house, and we would get reports of something, and they would have someone would have to generate some way of whether. I mean, it could be oral. I'm just wondering if you don't.
I think we're going a little off base here. I don't think Mr. Nyman ever asked that question. If it was, we would have looked.
He said the
or I would have known.
authorization. They're related to the approval and/or authorization of the initial budget for the Montgomery Alta Street project.
Yeah, it didn't say the genesis of the project. It just said approval, and that's what we looked for.
Well, if the genesis, wouldn't that be the approval? So they just started doing it for fun? I'm trying to, you understand what I'm saying, right? If somebody had the document, how the genesis of it is the approval of it. How could that not be? The approval of it isn't the notice. Nobody went in there and said, I'm going to remove this tree, and that's the approval. Nobody told the tree the approval. Somebody approved putting that notice up there.
Look at it this way. I'm not defending our department saying that this is how we do things, but I think you're a little confused because.
Oh no!
For instance,
no!
If I take my car,
I am not confused. I want to know.
Okay.
I want to know. Now I really want to know. There's going to come. Ask Sean Ellsburn. There's going to come a request your way. Okay. I want to know how that notice of tree removal got up there. And it's, to me, that's sort of the approval. Now, I'm not accusing you. Every time that you've been here before, I thought you were very thorough, and you had tremendous explanations, and you were very detailed. So that's why I asked you that. So this isn't personal about you, but I feel like Mr. Nyman's wanting to know how it started, and everyone is. It starts to do this dance of how it started,
Mr.
and I feel like we didn't.
Never asked how it started, and I never asked. We handle over 300 requests a year, Madam Chair. I mean, don't get into fine details of all 300 of these requests. When someone asks for something, I go after it and I go get it. When
That's
the
been my
person asks
experience
for
with
approval, I look for the approval. Nobody asked me how did this project started. I didn't even know about this project.
I have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Lee, $100,000 at the low point of this particular project that you say was an incorrect estimate. You're telling me that the city spends $100,000 for anything without any paperwork?
Pardon?
Are you telling me that the city spends $100,000 for anything without paperwork?
Without what?
Without paperwork. Without paper documents.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not part of the arm that does work.
Who
like
is?
That. That's the people that I would invite Mr. Nyman to meet with.
How about why aren't they here to answer these questions? Why are they not here to answer the questions?
Because this is a sunshine request, and you're asking for about documents, and I'm providing documents. You're not asking about a process of our department.
Are you the custodian of the documents?
Yes.
You are. So where are the documents
for people?
Where are the documents?
I've asked those gentlemen, and they said they don't have it.
Those gentlemen are the custodians of the documents, not you.
Yeah, they don't have it.
They don't have any documents. Madam Chair, I think
I'm not saying they don't have any documents. I tell you what, they have documents that he hasn't requested yet. Okay, there's documents. There's construction
he asked
plans,
for he asked for the estimate and the budget,
which we gave him.
He says he received no documents.
Pardon?
He said he received no documents.
No,
he received a lot of documents.
There's a lot. We've
on
given him a
page
lot of
192.
documents. We gave him letters. We gave him emails.
Mr. Nyman, did you receive? Hold on a second, let me ask Mr. Nyman something. What documents did you receive in relation to your request? Because I don't have a list here of any of those documents.
It's unfortunate
Page
I didn't bring
192.
it along, or that I didn't send in the whole ongoing requests that have been. I mean, this whole procedure started back in April, and I have issued I think it is 5 or 6 explicit sunshine ordinance requests to Frank Lee. And I would like to say 5.5 because I called the first one was an email to the DC Najib.
Let's go through this because they list documents here.
We do not have time to go through all of them.
I'm not asking to go through all of them, but I don't want to be interrupted in the middle of my question.
Okay, but I'm telling you, we have about 10 minutes before City Hall closes down.
Well, then I move for a continuance.
These documents.
I move for a continuance.
These documents are a series.
I move
of
for a continuance.
An extremely long.
I move for a continuance.
Yeah, that's nice, Member Wolf. But I'm trying to talk to you about something because we need to get through this. And Mr. Lee has been here, and you're about to go through a process that involves way more document requests than just this one.
I'm asking about 2 items here. That's all I want to ask about.
Okay, 2 items is fine, but all of these is 2 pages long.
There's not more documents than 2 items being asked in this right here. It's only 2. When is the estimate cost for the $101,625.50? Did you receive that?
Can you phrase that question again? Because I'm trying
The
to be careful.
did you receive the original cost estimate of $101,625.50?
Are you referring to one of my requests?
Yes. He says on August 8th, we gave you this original cost estimate that was produced on September 2010. We're trying to determine whether you received the documents you asked for.
I have that particular document here.
You do have that document.
Well,
did you receive on August 12th a spreadsheet showing the actual cost of $229,039?
Let me back up because the original cost, I received a document. It's a spreadsheet. There's no title on it that says original estimate or authorized or anything like that. It's just like a spreadsheet with various tables thrown out.
and the amount in the lower right corner is 101,625. There's nothing about authorization or approval or nothing.
Okay, I hear what you're saying on that. Okay, I'm just asking if about certain documents, because there's some items that you ask for that are not documents. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm just asking about two documents.
Yep.
Okay. The one was the original cost estimate, and then there's a spreadsheet showing the actual cost of $229,039. Did you get that one?
Yes.
Okay.
With a total of 220, I wouldn't call it a spreadsheet, but yes.
That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Yeah, Member Costa?
But he didn't, correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't receive any documents around the approval of those. There was nothing indicating the authorization or approval. These were just numbers, which
That's
was
right.
part of what his original request was the documents about the authorization of this project and the approval of this project. Okay.
No, but there's no
Yeah, I'm as confounded myself that the city spent 100,000 and go beyond 100,000 to 200,000, and there are no approval, no authorization, no documents, no discussions, emails, records whatsoever about concerns about the overrunning of cost. Nothing. And that's why at the end I asked, do you have approval of the project itself? I mean, it went all the way back to there. And there's no such document either. Apparently there was a decision made.
Is there
to
no
cut
such
down the
document, or did they not look for it? Because he's saying that's not what you requested.
He stated that, eventually he stated that there are no such, I believe he used the term, there are no responsive documents. So I've received no such documents. I mean, apparently the initial decision was made to cut down the trees, so there was a decision made. And I assume there must have been made a decision to change that decision. And I'm asking for the documentation of that. And I'm getting his word, or in an email, that Raymond Kong made a verbal approval or something like that. But
are you unwilling to meet with them?
I have really no interest. All I want to see, I want to understand as a citizen or a resident here too, how the decisions were made here.
And if they represent to you in writing that there are no documents, and your only option is to either meet with or contact some of these people, are you unwilling to contact them? If they're, I mean, they're.
I'm not sure I don't know how I'm going to take, or how I am taking an answer. There are no such approval authorizations in writing. I'm not sure if I believe that really truly, and if it really truly is that case, then it's mind-boggling. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to look into if the policies of the city allow spending public funds, without authorization. So they may be in violation of that then, I mean, I don't know. I'm not really interested in meeting with these, because I'm asked after, the documentation of this process. How was the decision made, and how was the decision changed? Was the citizen allowed to, to see that decision and potentially appeal that decision,
Okay. Mr. Lee, are you representing that there are no documents related to the approval, and do you have a different understanding that Mr. Nyman might be satisfied with seeing the initial startup approval to go forward with this project originally?
I am saying that there are no documents that signify the approval of the project, but we'll go on record in saying that the person that did it is Mr. Ramon Kong of our department, and we're willing to have Mr. Nyman meet with Mr. Ramon Kong and his supervisor, Deputy Director of Engineering, Fuad Suisse, to discuss the matter if he likes.
So you don't believe that there's a document that authorizes the project from the beginning?
And there is no document. It was a verbal approval.
But you're talking about the approval for the monetary increase?
Yes, he is the one.
Is there a document related to the approval of the initial project?
No. I've asked that.
Is there a document related to the approval of which tree would be removed? How did they know which tree to remove?
I don't know that. Nobody ever asked me to look for something.
I'm asking if you.
I don't know. I'm not involved in the project, ma'am. Like I said, I didn't even
Member
know.
Washburn?
Oh, I recently had three trees removed, and in the city to get a tree removed, the person responsible is the person who owns the property where the tree is in front of, and you have to pay the city $100 per tree, and you apply to have it removed, and then there has to be a sign letting everybody know, and there's a 30-day window to contest it. But so there is that permit that you have to get, so that might have triggered the whole thing, but that ought to exist. So the owner,
Is it city-owned property?
Public property, I don't know.
I actually don't even know that answer. I'm assuming it is, but I don't even really know that answer because, like I said, we have over 300 records requests a year, and I don't try to get into details of all 300 this intimately. It's just too difficult for me to do. I apologize.
It's really about you directing people to the people that have the information, because if you're not helping to get that information and the information is there and they're holding it, that's a violation.
I understand, but that
Okay.
was never asked. Nobody asked me, was it who owned the tree? Simple as that.
I'm not really exactly sure what to do, because it's true that he asked for the authorization for, he also, I mean, we dismissed this case, but the original tree support budget was $4,248. And then the final cost was $23,561. And there was no approval for that, although most departments use work orders for that. However, since this was in-house, that might be the reason why. But then it seems like he's now asking for authorization of the initial budget, approval and or authorization of the initial.
Yes,
I don't know
voted on
what the
August
difference between
26th.
an actual document that says who made the approval and me telling you who actually did it and going on record. That's the person.
What if something was wrong with the tree removal? How would you ever go back and untangle it? Is this why nobody knows about the flagpole and the Castro? I'm just confused about where to go from here. So Mr. Lee's representing that there are no documents, and there's not, we've asked, and maybe we just find it upsetting that there's not a documentation, but perhaps there are none. Member Nee.
Just on a procedural, what we might do is hear right now the rebuttal and concluding arguments from the parties in interest, and then take it back to the task force.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
So we will now have the rebuttal. You'll have 3 minutes, and then Mr. Nyman will have 3 minutes, so that we can.
Mr. Lee first.
Mr. Lee first.
Well, I'll take the liberty and extend my invitation to you also. If you'd like to meet with Ramon Kong and our Deputy Director of Engineering, Fuad Suisse, to find out what's going on or how we do things, you're welcome to contact me, and I'll make arrangements for you to meet with them.
Could you spell that name? Ramon.
Kong is Ramon. Kong is Kong.
Madam Chair, that might constitute ex parte communication, which would not be kosher.
What do you mean?
If any of us met with Mr. Kong or any other party,
I'm not going to meet with Mr.
outside,
Kong.
but Mr. Lee should be aware of that he is inviting ex parte communication in this matter, and that I think would be treading dangerous legal ground.
He's extending the invitation to the complainant, but I wanted the name for
Well, he extended it to us as well.
Okay.
That's inappropriate.
Let me add, I did not extend the invitation without the approval of Ramon Kong and Fuad Suisse, so they have agreed to meet.
Okay. Is there anybody? I'm sorry. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't request for an invitation to meet with them, so I requested documents, and that's what I haven't received. Frank Lee testified here tonight, a couple of minutes ago. He said, I don't know if it was a verbal approval or not. It must have been a verbal approval because we don't have any documents. But he stated, I don't know if it was a verbal or not, and the record will show that. But he has stated to me in my request that it was verbal. But now, tonight, he states that he doesn't know if it was verbal or not. He also said that he initially didn't know about my requests to the department, but then he jumped on it as soon as he heard about it. That's a lie. And I have actually evidence to show that. Because since I didn't receive information from Dadisi Najib, my first official explicit Sunshine Ordinance request was request any email communication, documents, and or letters discussing handling on my April 12th request for answers. And Frank Lee did forward me a couple of emails about that. And it shows that he was involved in providing answers to me from the get-go. And he discouraged employees to be forthright with me. And one employee, James Deviney, stated in an email, this should go to Frank Lee as an official records request. I may not have all the answers for him, but I can get him what records we have. And Dadisi Najib responded to him, James, just spoke with Frank about this. Stand down for a moment. I'm going to try to respond to the neighbor as best as I can first before we begin suggested public records requests. So this department has not been forthcoming whatsoever. And he also stated tonight that we have documents, but not the ones they have requested. And I believe also that under the Sunshine Ordinance, that they have to provide, help me along here. What documents do they have? And I certainly will now, thanks to this comment, do exactly what the previous complainant I'm going to request now then all documents about this project in case I had missed specific documents. And he testified that they have documents, additional documents that I haven't requested. I already stated I did receive an invitation to meet. I didn't ask for an invitation to meet with them. I want to see this in writing because I'm not sure if I take their word for these things. He didn't address the two documents I requested, the approval, the authorization or approval of the project itself. And apparently, there are no such approval in writing. And the second, he didn't respond to my second request either about the approval authorization of the budget.
Thank you. The matter's back with the task force. Member Costa, it's 11:07, so we have to. Do you have a quick question, or is it?
Did you receive any contact information for Mr. Kong, or was it just the offer to meet with him?
No, I did not receive any contact information or no suggestion or something like that I should contact him. No.
Okay.
Oh.
And Mr. Lee, when you said earlier that you believed that there probably were documents that Mr. Kong and a couple of other people in the department had that just hadn't been requested, what exactly were you referring to?
Well, I've seen construction documents. I mean, I wanted to know how the project escalated, right? That was one of the questions that he asked. So I needed to see the construction document and learn how it was, what was what.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for instance, the first estimate we learned that the engineer estimated as if we took the entire road, closed it off, dug it all out, and put it back down. Okay, right there we knew we didn't build it that way. So obviously, I had to ask, how did you build it? So they took out the set of plans and said, we cut it up into 6 sections to make sure that the road was passable. So that's why it took a little bit more money, because we built it in 6 separate sections instead of taking it all out and putting it back down. So those are little instances that I learned from researching this records request.
And so,
I've
was
seen
there
those
an
documents. He never
initial
asked for it.
plan? Was there an initial plan of what the construction would look
Yes,
like?
I think so. Yes.
That corresponded to line items in that spreadsheet.
Yes, I think so. I believe so. I've either seen a sketch. I can't recall offhand. It was either a sketch made out for me so that I can learn what was built. Like I said, I didn't even know about the project. I haven't even been there, to tell you the truth. I haven't even been there since this started. So I don't even know what it looks like.
Sure. Thanks.
Mr. Lee, what oral information do you think Ramon Kong has?
I don't know.
Did you ask him if he had approved the project verbally?
Pardon?
Did you ask him if he had approved the project verbally?
Yes, he agreed. He did it. That's why I can go on record and let you know that it's Ramon Kong.
But I mean, you asked him if he approved it verbally or in writing. Did you ask him if he approved?
He told me it was verbal. That's
Okay.
right. Now that I recall.
Thank you. I'm not sure what to it seem. It could be one of those incidents where we think there should be documents, but there are not. Although I would interpret the initial authorization to be how the project came into being. Member Costa.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I don't want to pick on Mr. Lee because he has been very helpful in the past, but in this case, I'm a little bit underwhelmed with how this particular request was dealt with. I think that the fact that there were things like plans that corresponded to original budgets, I mean, that's a document that is related to the authorization of a budget. If there are line items that are corresponding to construction plans, I think that those are something that should be returned. Similarly, I don't think that I think that, even if it is truly only verbal information that was conveyed by Mr. Kong, at the very least, Mr. Nyman could have been put in email contact or given a direct phone number or some way to facilitate the attainment of that information from Mr. Kong. I don't think the burden should have been on him to go meet with Mr. Kong to get that information. So I don't know. I mean, at the very least, I think there wasn't the greatest assistance on the part of the custodian of records here. And potentially the fact that we have heard from Mr. Lee that there was, at the very least, a construction plan corresponding to the initial project. Maybe there were also some pertinent documents that weren't included. That's my opinion.
I have a motion. I move violation of 6721C, E, and order DPW to produce from the genesis to the final expenditures of this particular project within 5 days, and refer this to compliance and amendments.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, 6721E?
E.
That's the supervisor of public record.
No, that's not supervised. That's task force.
Sending
Knowledgeable representative.
It's actually the middle where it says, upon determination that the record is public, the Sunshine Task Force shall immediately order the custodian of public record to comply with person's request. I'm assuming that there is paperwork. I can't, and if they come and there is no paperwork, then I think we need to take some action on that and find out why there is no paperwork on expenditures of $100,000 or more for tree removals.
But they're saying there isn't a record.
I'm not so sure. I don't believe that I don't believe the people are here that should be here to answer those questions. I'm not confident in this particular case that Mr. Lee dug deep enough to find the information. I can't see projects like this being approved verbally without written work orders for time spent, for HR, for materials that need to be paid for and replaced.
Microphone.
Yeah, I would.
6721C. I think that's very pertinent here.
Sure.
I think it's very clear to us why Mr. Nyman was asking for this material and had DPW, tried to figure it out. I think it's very clear to any citizen what's desired here. They could have worked with him.
Are you offering a substitute motion or an addition to?
In addition. It's okay.
Is there a second to my motion? Oh, yes.
Member West seconded it. Does the second accept the?
Yes.
Does the maker accept?
Sure.
So it's 6721C and 6721E. Mr. Lee, it's our understanding that Mr. Nyman wants to find out all of the authorizations, which would include, in our mind, and it appears in his, even if it was the initial, how did the project get started? Is that something that you can look for, or make an additional search for now that there's this understanding?
Am I hearing that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force would like to make a public records request of the Department of Public Works?
No. You're hearing that you seem to have misunderstood, potentially misunderstood. I'm not sure. I'm asking you a question. If you want me to make one, I will.
We could. I don't know. I don't know.
You're saying what? That's what I'm saying. You're telling me that you don't know, and you read his thing to be. You read his request to be specifically about the approval of the money. But as we've been discussing here, it appears to us that if you had provided him with documents, which you say you don't know whether they exist, which to me means either you didn't look or you didn't look, not purposefully didn't look, but you didn't look at that particular in that particular direction. But Mr. Nyman seems to say, well, there must be something. What about the approval of the initial project? Is that something that you would be willing to look for to satisfy his request?
Let me draw an example of my own personal experience and how something might have happened. I had to take my Volvo in for a 180,000 mile tune-up just lately. I took it into the garage, and the original estimate was $300 for a tune-up. That's fine. Okay, go ahead, tune it up. Halfway into the day, the garage mechanic called me and said, hey, Frank, you need new brakes. Your brakes are gone. You want us to do them now? I said, sure, go ahead, do them. Bill came out to be $850 total. I did a verbal over the phone, and if you're asking who approved it, I approved it. But I approved the brake service, right? But you asked how did it get started? Well, I brought it in for a tune-up. It's not, you see what I'm saying? When someone asked me for the approval, I went to get the approval.
But this is public money.
What if I took your car in? What if I took your car in?
You see what I'm saying?
What if I took your car in and told you an estimate? Would you want to see the estimate? Or would you just believe me?
Pardon?
The thing of it is that this money isn't private money. It's money that has to be accounted for. It's taxpayer money.
Okay.
So is your answer to me
No,
Is your
what I'm
answer to
ask-
me that you won't look for
No,
the
it's not.
initial document unless I make a public records
No,
request?
of course not. If someone asked me,
Oh.
we would look for it. But I'm just letting you know that nobody asked me that in the beginning, so that's why I don't know the answer.
No, I mean, I understand that. What I'm asking you now is if you are willing to
Yes.
to look for if there is an initial approval, and if not, how did it get approved? Because it seems that Mr. Nyman, we would then not have such a question of where it came from.
Yes.
And Mr. Nyman would be sort of on his own of whether he would like to meet with those people
if
or
someone
not.
asked, yes, I will go look for it.
Thank you. No, I'm sorry. So, yeah, I think that too, but clearly, so with the motion on the motion here is finding a violation of 6721C and 6721E. Is C because they didn't refer them directly to the proper office or staff person?
Or just didn't work with him to make sure that they understood what he wanted.
So identifying the existence, form, and nature of records and information.
Right.
And 6721E. To produce the documents, we're sending it to compliance and amendments with the request that Department of Public Works look for the initial onset approval of the document, of the project. Is there public comment on the motion?
I'll keep this short. The question to Mr. Lee is not whether, this, that, or the other thing about the estimate. It's the question is, would he pay the bill without a bill? In other words, if they just said, oh, it's going to be $500, and he shows up and he says, okay, that's $500, and he goes, oh, okay, and writes a check out. No, he'd say, let me see the bill. Let me see what the parts were and what the labor was and all that other stuff. And again, I think you've gotten it right in the sense that if this is true, one of the things I learned working with government at local, state, and federal level is the thing you heard more than anything else was the work's not done or the job's not done until the paperwork's done. And even if you authorize something verbally to start with because it was emergency or something like that, you had to go back and fill out the paperwork because sooner or later somebody who actually had to account for the expenditure of resources, whether it's money or material or man hours or whatever, was going to come back to you and say, where's the paperwork to support this? Because if the comptroller comes in and says, you spent $200,000, how did you spend it? And you're telling me there's nothing to show them? I'll be out of a job. In fact, I may be in jail. And that's really what stretches my credibility is the fact that they're saying, okay, we had this huge expenditure of public funds, and there is no documentation to support it. Not before the fact, not after the fact, not at all. And the question comes, what are they going to do when it comes to the end of the year and their budget analyst comes in and says, where did all this money go? There's no documentation to show it.
No, I'm sorry. It's public comment. You were already... Is there additional public comment?
David Pilpel. I'm glad to see that there's an upward-facing dog. I learned that in the email. That was very encouraging. The way I read this, there were at least two different things going on in DPW. In 2010, there was a notice of tree removal posted, and that usually emanates from what used to be the Bureau of Urban Forestry. I think that's now been folded into street cleaning, so it's back to street cleaning and urban forestry, which is under the operations division. Then, and I don't know what generated that, but something must have, and there was that notice and that protest period and all of that. Sometime in 2011, there was this project to do something involving the tree. That was, it sounds like, in the Bureau of Engineering, which is part of the engineering division, which is a separate division of DPW. So the records of what started it or the genesis of the project would be in a different place from what the actual project was. Are people following me so far?
Yeah, who's the custodian of records of all that?
Well, Mr. Lee would be responsible for coordinating it either way, but what I also understood from the testimony is that the requests from Mr. Nyman were very specific or were interpreted very specifically, and so the responses were sort of incremental and iterative relative to those specific requests. There was no broad requests as Member Washburn is sort of interpreting here, a 67.21C EFNQ request saying, please provide a list of all documents related to this project from beginning to end, and then I'll decide what I want. It appears to me there was no such request, and so there was no broad search for everything relative to the tree or the tree removal or the replacement or any of that. It seems to me like a course of action you might choose is to not find a violation at this time, but ask the department to do that broader search, both in the operations and engineering side. And, I find that it's useful in this case because it appears that there aren't as many documents as one might expect for Mr. Nyman to actually meet with the people that have been offered. Usually departments don't say, we'll make someone available to meet with you to talk about this so you can sort it out. In this case, they have made that offer. It seems to me like it would be a good idea for Mr. Nyman to meet with Mr. Kong and say, walk me through this. How did you get to this point? How did you choose to expend more time on it? What might I find if I haven't asked for the right thing? How can I get what I'm looking for? Because ultimately, that's what we should be about, is trying to get people the records they're looking for. Unless there are questions.
But I was told I had to make a special public records request.
Well, I think depending on how you phrase it, I suspect
I think it was phrased in exactly that way, Mr. Pilpel.
Okay, well,
I think it's on tape.
Yes, and it's getting late, and we're all getting a little something. Maybe I'm just talking about me. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Can we vote on the motion, Chair?
Is there additional public comment?
Oh, sorry, unless there's additional public comment.
Seeing none, public comment is closed. Mr. Young, can you please call the roll on the motion?
On the motion, Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Manny.
Aye.
Manny, aye. Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Costa.
Aye.
Costa, aye. Wolf. Wolf, aye. West.
Aye.
West, aye. Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. There's 7 ayes, 0 noes. Motion passes.
So it's referred to compliance and amendments. Before you make a motion to adjourn, I want to thank Mr. Pilpel for his suggestion that we adjourn in honor of the Open Government and Sunshine Advocate Sanjeev Honda from Oakland, who recently passed away. It is a very difficult thing to do, to be in support of open government. So we appreciate it and we honor him. And would you like to so move?
Before we adjourn,
go ahead.
Sorry. Before we adjourn, item 23, 24, 25, 26, and 30.
Oh, I'm sorry, we did not continue those.
I move to continue the remaining items on the agenda.
I second that motion.
Is there public comment on continuing the remaining items on the agenda?
But I was next.
Yeah. Seeing no further public comment, the items will be continued without objection.
But you'll be first next.
As long as no one has future agenda items they wanted to request. Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Third.
Okay, so this meeting is adjourned, and it's adjourned in honor of Sanjeev Honda of Oakland.